Welcome to community members and participants. Thank you for your interest and attendance at our board meeting.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Excuse me. Are we live?
Oh, President, we're live.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
He did say he was ready, so I assume he will. While the mask mandate has been lifted by the governor of the state of New Mexico, because this meeting is taking place within the Navajo Nation, the board is complying with the more restrictive provisions of the Navajo Nation Health Order. As a result, the district will continue to conduct this meeting held on the Navajo Nation, consistent with the practice that has been using during COVID. So as to comply with the social distancing order, this event will only be available to the public via live stream on the district's YouTube channel at the link following. The meeting will come to order. Please answer here when your name is called. Vice President Askey. Ms. Aspis. Ms. George.
Here.
Mr. Montoya.
Present.
And myself, that makes a quorum. We will now have a pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will offer a prayer. Our kind Heavenly Father, humbly at this time we come before Thee in prayer and thank Thee for the opportunity we have of meeting. And discussing the issues pertaining to this school board and this school district. We thank Thee for the liberties that we enjoy. And for the opportunity to conduct our business in a public and an open fashion, hopefully to the consent of all of those who take part. We pray for Thy Spirit to be with us, to guide us. These things we say humbly in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Hello.
You gotta let me in.
They're in outside.
Oh.
Are you at the back door? Must be.
I thought I made enough racket.
We did not hear you.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hello. We have a visit.
We have a change to be made on the agenda. Item 7, A and B. We have a typo in here. Where it says under NMSA 1978, section 10, 15, 1, H2, we're adding a and 4 to that. And also in B, the same thing, NMSA 1978, section 10, 15, 1, H2, and 4 of the New Mexico Open Meeting Act.
Where,
It's in 7.
I mean. What is the issue on it, other than the typo? Typo or?
It just, yeah, the typo didn't get included on that.
So what should it read?
It should read permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10, 15, 1, H2, and 4.
Board member Astis?
Yes.
That number 4 under the OMA is the personally identifiable student information.
So are we stuck on that now? No?
No, this is just an addendum to the
Okay.
agenda.
Okay, I thought you were. It was a halting
No,
progress.
it's not.
Okay,
That's the agenda review. And item E, approve agenda and not or this time, and the modification.
on which one? 6?
1. Item E.
Okay.
Having a motion to approve the agenda.
Yeah, the agenda, Mr. President, under D.
To read
I
them?
read through it, yes, sir.
Okay. Consent agenda. This is one I have to read.
Just go down this, each line, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to state it publicly.
We need to do recognition. I just list them.
I can't understand it.
Did I read 2?
Read all of them, what the lines are, what we're going to be discussing.
Item 2, student, staff, and community recognition. Item 3, comments from the audience. Item 4, reports. 5, review of consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. Consent agenda. Convene in executive session. Board and superintendent reports. Requested action items and or reports for the next meeting. Plus and Delta. Adjournment. A motion to approve the agenda.
A motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and approved that we accept that the, yeah. Been moved and approved that we approve the agenda. Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
Ms. Aspas,
Yes.
Ms. George,
Yes.
myself, yes. Did you get that, Sharon?
Yes, I did, Board President. Thank you.
The next item is a recognition, community recognition.
Maybe. You want me to sit or stay? I guess I'll just stay.
The New Mexico School Boards Association recognizes recipients of the 2022 Excellence in Student Achievement Awards. The Central Consolidated School District Board of Education recognizes Gyla Curley. Thank you. The College and Career Readiness Coordinator for Newcomb High School. The awards are given to individuals who have played an essential role in improving student achievement in their schools, selected by local school boards of education throughout the state. Mrs. Curley has been nominated by her peers for her desires and willingness to go above and beyond her duties in order to give graduating seniors opportunities to prepare for college and careers. Before presenting this award to Mrs. Curley, we will turn the time over to Haraya Lewis, valedictorian for Newcomb High School, for an award recognition.
Haraya.
Hello.
Hello, Ms.
Hello,
Lewis.
my name is Haraya Lewis, and I am a senior from Newcomb High School. I am the upcoming valedictorian for our graduating class of 2020. Ms. Curley is an outstanding, hardworking, and committed teacher, and I thank her for the years she has supported our students in furthering their education. Because of Ms. Curley, I got opportunities that I have never imagined. I got to apply to many colleges, visit many colleges, and with her help, I earned a full ride scholarship. She's always pushed. Curley provides top-level opportunities for our students to succeed. She pushes us so we can have a better chance to succeed in college. Because of her, we have the opportunity to be successful and have money for college because she encourages us 24/7, telling us to apply for scholarships non-stop. No words can describe how grateful I am for her. Our whole class is forever thankful for her, and we love her very much. And she deserves this reward very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Board President,
Thank you.
members of the board, do you mind taking a picture with Ms. Curley?
She doesn't mind us taking it with her. That's the real question.
As long as I have this covering the front, we're good.
I have allergies, not COVID.
Thank you very much. Okay, here we go. 3. Oh. We can do fast. I make masks off for right now, just real quick. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Great, thank you.
Good job. Thank you, Ms. Askus. Oh. Yeah, thank you.
Senior work.
Congratulations, Mrs. Shirley, and I'll open it up to the board for any comments the board might have.
Mr. President, may I?
Certainly.
Ms. Curley, you exemplify what's best about the educators in our school district. I've been down to that community and that school several times, and I truly appreciate it every time I step into that building that you're engaged with our students. And it is obviously reflective with their progress and their success. So to that, on behalf of myself and my community, I thank you very much for what you do and the efforts that you do, and you're well deserved to be awarded that.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And Ms. Curley, over the years, sometimes this becomes routine, and especially graduation, and just an observance and seeing people that work with the students, you can see it. You can see the heart. You can see how if it's just, let's just get it done and get them out of here. But, every time that I've gone to Newcomb for graduations, you're right in the middle and you're there, you're cheering them on. And from other people, I hear great things about you. And I'm very glad, these come about and applications come forth, and I pushed them off, to the superintendent and let them decide who's gonna be the recipient. But I'm very pleased, and it's about time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board President, can I say something too?
Yes, you may.
I agree with both board member Aspis and board member Montoya. I think it's a true blessing to CCSD and to the Newcomb community that you're there with the students and they're representing the staff. It's wonderful. I think it's a true blessing that we have you in the Newcomb area. And thank you for all that you do, and thank you for the heart that you extend to everybody there. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Husky.
Ms. George? No, I didn't see it.
Thank you, Board President. Ms. Curley, thank you so much for your passion and your dedication for all these years in Newcomb for our students there, and for their success and their college opportunities and for their career paths for life. And you do a lot of diligence, and I thank you for your hard work, and you have a super big heart for those students in the community out there. Thank you so much. And Harada, thank you for that beautiful introduction of your teacher and letting us know how much she inspired you and your fellow students there at Newcomb. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have one more comment, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
She has a very good teammate with her too, which is her husband. I've been in both your classrooms, and the passion that they exude for these kids and the conversations that we've had, just as Ms. Aspis has said, it really comes through in the outcomes of the students in those classes. So again, for that, I truly appreciate both of you and what you do, and please share that with your husband as well, because you both do the same thing.
I'll write his name on it.
There you go. We'll let you in for you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Ms. George.
And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We have some comments from the audience that I'll now ask board member Montoya and our principal to read, or I mean, our superintendent.
Was I correct? For the
I don't
other-
have the third. You
I
have
just
the
have the three.
The three is all that were.
Oh, okay.
You can read them all. I'll put this closer to you, so. If I can get you.
Board comments on online surveys completed 4/14. Hello, I would like to make a request for the new school being proposed for Newcomb Elementary School. As I understand, the current proposal does not allocate for enough classrooms for our students. There are currently 2 classes per grade, which is an ideal educational environment. The students in the Newcomb community deserve to have an environment where they can learn in the best way. Having manageable class size and classrooms that allow children to move and think creatively is the best learning environment. Please consider this request for making sure the new school includes at least 2 classrooms per grade. Thank you. Marilyn Oliver Nez. Thank you, Ms. Nez. Good evening. My name is Jeannie Tispai, I believe. I apologize if I mispronounce it. A parent of Newcomb School, Old Town. I am concerned about our new building that is in the plan. I've noticed that we, as parents, we put in our ideas of the plan on classroom, and it's not concerned. Also, as parent to CCSD, you need to listen to our ideas and what best for children's school and education as well. We would like to have 2 classrooms in this new building at Newcomb for each grade level. This is a long plan, not just now. We are looking to 20 to 50 years from now, and we need good plan for our school. It took over 50 years to get a new building. Thank you for my input. Jeannie Tipsia.
CPI, I think
Is that how you say it?
I think it is.
Say it again.
CPI.
CPI?
Is it SIPAI?
TSIPAI.
Hmm.
Last one, I am very concerned over the fact that the proposal for the new Newcomb Elementary building only has 1 classroom per grade level. I know there were projected growth research done for our area. However, the company who did all this is not from this area, and I feel like they don't understand the movement for this population in Newcomb and surrounding areas. Young families with children do tend to move away, but they almost always move back. We do have families who enroll their children in some of the surrounding BIE schools during the pandemic. However, once again, I am sure they will return at some time in the future. 1 classroom per grade level allows for absolutely no growth without overloading classrooms. The classrooms will also be smaller than what we have now, which could cause big problems if we experience growth. We'll be prepared to add on to buildings, or will it be, once again, towing and portables to take care of the problem? Kathy Rocap. There were 3 public comments.
Board President Wells, I do have a 4th comment that was emailed.
Okay.
Was sent to you.
Would you please read it?
I shall. Board President Wells, board members, and Superintendent Carlson. I would like to ask that you thoroughly review the calendar options for the upcoming school year 2022-2023. The community has been presented 2 options, neither of which are great. As a mother of 4 CCSD students, we would like our 5-day school week back with normal hours. I know from personal experience that these kids are exhausted by the end of the school day. I know that the NMPED required schools to make up for lost time due to COVID. Our district also accepted the K-5+ and ELTP funding, which extended instruction time and calendar days for the current school year. I would like to have a 5-day school week presented to the parents and community. We don't want to go to school in June until 4 p.m. each day. Teachers are getting burnt out as well as the students. The majority of the students are up early to catch the bus, and don't get home until 4:30 p.m. or later. I am asking for the calendar committee to go back to the drawing board and give us a 5-day normal school day week option. Sincerely, Megan Stewart.
Thank you. Item 4. Reports. Unique trip request for Bond Wilson Technical Center. SkillsUSA, National SkillsUSA Leadership and Skill Conference in Atlanta, Georgia on June the 19th to the 25th, 2022 by Athena Talk.
Good evening, Interim Superintendent and members of the school board. I'm Athena Talk. I'm the head SkillsUSA advisor at Bond Wilson. And we basically are seeking approval for our trip and also seeking funding for the trip. And Miss Ray, could I get host abilities to share screen? Okay. No, it's still not there. Okay. Share screen.
You are now the host.
Okay.
That dust bothering you?
Yeah, just when I got out of the car. Terrible.
Wind was pretty stiff coming from Thurman.
Board President,
Yes,
may I take this time to make a comment?
you can. Go ahead.
Okay, not to interfere with the presentation, but just to, I did look at the agenda and it was probably a little too late. And for the public comments made, I do want to say that I did ask for the review of the school calendar, and why it did not make the agenda, I have no idea. And also, I wanted to discuss the organizational chart as well. And yet it comes up, I don't know who changed the wording. I don't know who did, and instead we have human resources report. I didn't want that. And so I just want that said publicly. And the last meeting, if the public, whoever's watching, goes back, they will see and hear that what's on the agenda is totally different than what I requested. So I don't know how those words were changed, and but now we got to wait another month.
Yes, Asmus, that was probably my fault. I was trying to take notes as fast as I could, and I would like to make a suggestion that if in the future you can text me, or not text, email me items that you want on the agenda.
Okay.
But I'll take responsibility for that, because
yeah, I couldn't, I didn't want to address it, but because of the public comments, I feel like I need to address it. And I thought by saying it at the last meeting verbally, requesting it verbally would have been enough, but I do realize what you're asking, and maybe from here on out,
If
we can
that,
do that.
lots of times when I'm taking notes, I don't get all that is being said, and I'll take responsibility for that. I apologize
Well,
if I didn't get it on there.
I know there's 3 people that create the agenda, and that's the superintendent and Sharon, and could have helped. So,
Yeah, I can take equal responsibility of that board member asked us. I do have any of the information you're asking for. I do have it with me.
okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, so really quick, SkillsUSA, what is it? It's basically a partnership between students, teachers, and industry, working to create a skilled workforce. So it serves middle school all the way to college post-secondary, and prepares students for careers in trade, technical, and skilled service occupations. So April 8th through 9th, we took a total of 7 students to compete at the SkillsUSA New Mexico State Leadership and Skills Conference in Albuquerque. So this is basically competitive events where students showcase their CTE education and compete against other schools from around the state. And from this, we earned gold medalist awards in chapter display. So that's a team of 3 students that work on a promotional exhibit around the SkillsUSA theme, which this year was United as One, and was outside for display during your regional school board event. We also had a gold medalist and silver medalist award in carpentry. So students were had to demonstrate their knowledge. They had to build a frame and install rafters in a certain time frame. We also had a bronze medalist in basic healthcare skills, where they showcase entry-level procedures based on the technical standards from SkillsUSA. So now with the gold medalist, we are requesting approval for our travel and requesting funds to take our gold medalist to Atlanta, Georgia to compete in the National Leadership Skills Conference, where they'll be competing against 53 other U.S. states and territories. So we'll be competing in chapter display and carpentry. So our request for funding and travel approval, here's a breakdown. Registration is $265 each. So we are taking 4 contestants, 2 advisors. So myself and the advisor for carpentry. And that registration closes pretty soon. It was a really quick turnaround considering the event just took place like 2 weeks ago. Hotel rooms, air travel, meals, totaling approximately $10,700. Here's a few photos. Here are all the students that we took to the New Mexico SkillsUSA State Leadership Conference. Pictures of our medalists, so chapter display, carpentry, and basic healthcare skills. And I do have a couple of my students here. I'll let them introduce themselves. So we'll start with Jalen Begay, who is our SkillsUSA chapter president, and he can tell you a little bit more about the importance of this trip.
Board members, do you see the presentation?
No.
No.
I did not share screen.
We see your mascot.
What screen am I sharing?
A homely character.
Big
Yeah.
So we have a sighting. Across on National Geographic.
Yeah, for sure.
It won't let me share my Google Chrome off my MacBook for some reason.
We trust you.
President Wells, members of the board, if I may.
Yes.
Athena, Athena, there's probably a couple of settings that you could do. You were probably just sharing a window. There is another link, or if you're using multiple tabs on a web browser,
Okay.
I would suggest sharing your entire screen.
I lost it. Where is it? Stop this. And then do this.
A shiprock wrestler, huh?
Yes.
You.
I'll like mess around with this.
Hello, my name is Jalen Begay. I am the student senate president here at Bon Wilson, and I go to school at Shiprock. Anyway, I like to say hello to all of you and thank you for giving us this time to speak about the SkillsUSA competition and the funding that we need. So the SkillsUSA competition, it's a pretty big deal for me because it gives me an opportunity to get to think about what I want to do after high school, because I am a junior and I think this is just giving me a better understanding of what I want to do. And at Bon Wilson, there are multiple pathways here, and my main pathway is for welding. And going to the national competition will just help me like meet with more people so that I can pursue that like just pursue that job of becoming a welder. And what we did for Bon Wilson at the New Mexico SkillsUSA competition was I was part of the chapter display group, and we won a first place from that. And yeah.
Well, congratulations, first of all, for your accomplishment and for your win. That's quite an honor.
Yeah.
Challenge, I'm sure. Congratulations for that.
Thank you.
You guys want to go, or are we good?
What weight class do you wrestle?
I wrestle at the heavyweight weight class.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's a state runner-up.
Yeah, I got second place at state, and I won the district championship for 4A.
Excellent.
Congratulations.
I had two wrestlers in my family, my kids.
Yeah.
So.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure if you can see the screen now. Or is it still on Bigfoot?
Still got Bigfoot.
He doesn't want to leave.
Doesn't want to move. Okay. Well, that was our presentation. Do you guys have any questions?
I have a question.
Okay.
So, I'm just hearing the welding and the construction. What did she call it? Is the culinary carpentry? Gosh, carpentry. And is the culinary part of this too? Are you?
We didn't have contestants compete this year, because the competitions were very limited for state.
Mhm.
But we're hoping, as we progress with this, we can, add more competitions. So add culinary, adding programming, robotics, welding, and hopefully plumbing.
Oh, wow.
Was the state just didn't have that that venue in the competition? Is that the problem?
So with competitions, they have technical chairs that kind of design the competition, and not all the competitions that they would usually have, like especially at nationals, they couldn't find technical chairs to do that.
I see. Okay.
So that's why they're very limited.
Was there anything as far as in your operations, like last week we were there and for a Region 1 meeting? So notice the simulator at the front there. So is there anything pertaining to that in the competition too?
I'm not sure. This is really our first time we competed in person. So last year we had carpentry, sweep the board, first, second, third. And so since it was virtual last year, there was no real cost.
Oh, wow. That should be interesting, virtual carpentry.
Yeah, so basically they had the video camera going on the student. The advisor wasn't allowed to be in there. They had to have an additional person there to supervise the student. So it was really interesting how they did, but this is our first real experience competing in person and getting to, see a lot of this like firsthand. So we're excited to go.
That's good. Thank you.
Well, congratulations on your accomplishment. I'm really impressed with the programs that you have there and what you're doing.
Mr. President?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
My question, Ms. Talk, is more for the superintendent in regards to the funding, for the assistance for the funding. Mr. Superintendent, is the cost because of the time and the short turnaround, as she stated, is that something that the district can cover under impact aid to fund that trip?
I might have to defer to Donovan Yazzie to answer that question. I believe it would be within the guidelines of impact aid, but I want to make sure. I don't want to just.
Understands. Again, just something that certainly has a consideration.
Sure.
Especially for that amount, and it's that short amount of time. It's hard to raise that kind of fund.
You bet, Mr. Yazzie.
Superintendent Carlson, members of the board, and board member Mr. Montoya. Yeah, so to my understanding, the athletics department does have they do have the budget to cover some of these trip requests that have been coming up. So she would just need to go ahead and work with the athletics department and request for those funds there. So we do have, there is some funding available from that department there.
Again, specific to the impact aid funding, if we had that available as a consideration. Thank you. And if I may.
Go ahead.
Ms. Talk, I truly appreciate what you guys are doing, and I've been over there quite even as an employee to see again when we were starting to get that building ready and what you're doing now. Those students are doing a fantastic job, obviously, by the awards that they're winning, and good luck to all of them. And come back with some first place medals. Represent us well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss George has her hand up, Mr. President.
Miss George.
Thank you, Board President. And I just have a question in regards to Mr. Montoya's question and then the response from Mr. Yazzie. He said that the athletic department would have the funding, but there's been talk that are rumors like that the athletic department is shutting down. So if that's true, how is that funding going to be available if the athletic department is shutting down per is what's been stated and going around? I haven't heard anything officially from Mr. Interim Superintendent or HR, but that is what seems to be going around. So I wanted to make sure that the athletic department is still up and running for our athletics teams and for them to participate in their athletics and their trips that they're going on. Thank you.
Ms. George, might I address that just a little bit, Secretary George? As far as the talk about the athletics and the athletic budget, that's one of the items that I'm sure would come up eventually when we do talk about the structure of the district, the organizational chart. As of right now, those are just rumors. There has been nothing done with that. The athletic budget and department is completely functional as of today. It will continue to be for the rest of this year.
So may I, Board President?
You may.
Something doesn't feel right in that being said about going straight to impact aid. And I would like to see this trip happen. And I think Ms. George kind of touched a little, and I was hoping she would say a little bit more, because internally, I'll speak for myself. I don't know how, that we can just dip here and there. And, we have JOM and things like that. And so and then on top of that, we have an interim superintendent and I feel like usually when these things happen, and what I've seen it's a little chaotic, and people tend to take advantage of that. And so I would say proceed with caution, and just make sure that we're right financially, and maybe that is the way to go, impact aid. But again, we're talking about other things being funded from that, and So how many times have we said that? And each time it depletes. So let's just keep that in mind.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. We will proceed with caution. Ms. Haskey, Vice President Haskey also.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes, I had a question, and did I hear correctly that that each of the departments, athletic department, could we ensure that there is funding to support this trip? That's one. And then just for clarification, JOM supports the native language revitalization, culture, and academics. It doesn't. It's not within athletics. Is not within the realms of JOM.
May I?
Go ahead.
So Ms. Haskey, I guess just for clarification, my assumption was always that if the student, if they were students, then it would be covered. Their activity from JOM and especially native. Is that a wrong assumption?
JOM is a supplemental fund, and there's 3 criterias. It would be that it's for language revitalization, so language classes, language teachers. Part of the funding can go towards the teachers and culture teachers, and activities that focus on language and culture for parents, IEC members, and for students, and also closing the achievement gap. So it goes towards something academic.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Haskey. Your hand is still raised.
Sorry, I'll figure out how to put it down.
Your arm would get tired.
Probably true.
Board President, I have Donovan Yazi's hands up.
Mr. Yazzie.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board. Yes, so I'm looking at while you were talking, I was pulling the general fund for the athletics department. They have roughly $13,000 available for student travel. So, and I had to think a little bit about board member Montoya's question about using impact aid. So going back using impact aid funds, the fund is mainly geared toward academics as for students with exceptionalities, ELL students, English language learner students. Native, it's sort of similar to what was mentioned in JOM, and it's also we could use it to build infrastructure and things like that. So as far as relating for this trip to use impact aid, we would have to use the athletic activity funds to help with this trip if we're going to be looking at funding.
I guess then the question is, there sufficient in there? You said there's 13,000.
As of right now, but that I'm not sure what other requests have been made to the athletic department or the athletic department to use activity funds as of because I know there was some other requests with the last board meeting, and so there is that much available as of right now. With the if there is some as a request comes, they're going to have to be looked at from a case-by-case basis too.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Board President.
Yes.
for Mr. Yazzie, how soon would you know if there's enough funding to cover the expenses for this trip?
Board Member Haskey, I'm sorry, is it Vice President Haskey?
It is.
My bad, my apologies. Members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson. So I would have to get with the athletics coordinator and to see what he has on record on what requests were. So it's to take about anywhere from a week, at least a week time frame to come up with an answer for that.
Ms. George?
Thank you, Board President. If it's a state competition, then the athletic department should pay for it for any students going to a state competition. Just saying, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Montoya?
Again, my comment was just a suggestion. It wasn't imposing to say that it should be or it could be or it would be, but just as a consideration of thought.
Thank you. Ms. George, did you have another comment? Your hand is still up.
Oh, no, sorry, I'll take it down. Thank you.
Item B, request for approval of gifts, donations from Greater Houston Community Foundation for Kirtland Central High School Band by Aaron Carson.
Hi, good evening, CCSD School Board. Thank you all for having me on the agenda. For those that don't know me, I'm AJ Carson. I'm the Director of Bands at KCHS. We had a parent that works for Exterion, and I believe that his employer, every year annually, he donates funds to the community. And they donate through Greater Houston Community Freedom Donor Services. And the donation should be approximately $3,000 this time. And that parent is Ippolito Malga. That's just his employer. That's his way of just, again, giving back to our community and local events in the community. The funds will be used as a way to build the band activity account in the event that there are just some future travel and performance opportunities outside of our annual local events. The events that we could participate in include college visits, parades that we've been invited to, concerts, and other festivals as the band is recognized. The KCHS band has been growing the past few years, and we're getting more recognition and invited to more performances and events that are outside of our norm. And as we continue to fundraise towards our activity account, these events will be more accessible for us in the event that we're not able to secure other funds around the district. Most of our events usually have fees as well before attending, whether it is for individual students or the whole band. These funds can go towards fees. An example of this from this past year, we had approximately 17 high schoolers audition and be selected to perform for the Fort Lewis Select Honor Band Clinic at Fort Lewis College this past February. We had the most high school students selected out of all the high schools that were there, and as we grow, we're anticipating to have even more. This optional event for students to participate in, the fees were about $20 per student. So as we're, again, just getting more recognition, we want to just continue to build our activities so we can kind of branch out our opportunities. That's it. I have many questions.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Montoya.
Mr. Carson, I just wanted to thank you again for what you guys do. The students that you had at our regional meeting, they did a very good job. And I say former band member once upon a time. So I appreciate when the students become involved with the music like that, because that appreciation over time sticks with them.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Eclectic in respects to their music is really good because it helps the brain certainly to stimulate that.
Right on. Thank you.
especially with classical music. I mean, that's really so. Again, I just wanted to thank you for what you do and the appreciation of the fact that this organization is willing enough to give you some funds to help grow your band. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Any other comments?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Carson, I went to the basketball games and that was the first thing I heard. And one of the games, the Gallup board member was there and was very impressed with the band and it was so nice to hear. I mean,
Yes.
it just brought back that normalcy.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I'll have to share that with the kids tomorrow.
And that was during, and it really makes the game, I believe. Shiprock, used to have a very good band as well. I haven't seen any performances, but they were just as good but seeing the band during the basketball games, did a good job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I attended that same basketball game and it really added to it.
Thank you.
Okay, request for authorization to dispose of property.
Mr. President, I believe Ms. George has her hands up.
Oh, Ms. George. Sorry.
Thank you, Board President. I just wanted to add to the band teacher, Mr. I'm sorry, I forget his name, Mr.
Carson.
I'm sorry, what was your name? I'm sorry.
Mr. Carson.
Carson, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know and the kids know that I really like when you guys played Metallica, the Inner Sandman. I thought that was cool. Just to say thumbs up, thanks.
They like it too, but I appreciate it.
Yeah. Mr. Board President?
Yes.
Comment. This is more for Mr. Interim Superintendent Carlson. Is it possible we could hear from Mark Archuleta about the funding for the athletic? For the travel for the students, the funding available?
Unless Donovan Yazzie has that information, I don't believe he's available right now. I think he's on leave today, but I can reach out to see if he is available. And Mr. Yazzie, if you have that information, go ahead and feel free to talk. Otherwise, I'll check on that with Ms. Archuleta.
Yeah, I would like to hear from the director of athletic department, but if he's on leave, that's fine. Thank you.
Ms. Haskey, you had your hand up a minute ago. Did you withdraw?
Yes, I also just wanted to make a comment that it sounds like we really have to get some answers relatively quickly. I don't know if we have a week to be waiting, but if this could be expedited, that would be great. And also to Mr. Carson, I was in all honors band too for Newcomb. I think it's a wonderful, I think it's wonderful to be part of the band, even if people don't think it's like cool. I personally think that it gives you great skills, and I think research shows that too. So thank you for what you do with the kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll tell you.
Ms. Haskey?
I've been trying to.
Ms. Haskey? Yeah, I concur. It is cool because I was a member as well.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was a clarinet player, so kudos.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, Mr. Carson, we appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Ms. Haskey, you still have your hand up? You have another
No,
comment?
I'm sorry. I didn't take it down again. Sorry about that.
Okay. Item C, request for Authorization to dispose of property from the warehouse by Sheba Joe.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm Donovan Yazzie for a little bit. Good evening, everybody. Members of the board, everybody in the community, and everybody in attendance. I am Sheba Joe. I'm the warehouse supervisor at the Kirtland warehouse. What I am requesting for is to dispose of items that are on our inventory list that are over $1,000 to be disposed of because they are outdated, unsafe, obsolete, broken, beyond repair, and most of these have either been stripped of parts and have been dismantled. So we're just asking for your permission to see if we can take them off of our main fixed asset inventory system, our inventory listing for the school district. So that's the list of all the items. There's 2 pages of items there. And if you have any questions, I can take them. But other than that, that's my only request. We're making room for, we have purchased school supplies for teachers packs and all the students in the district, along with school furniture. So we're trying to make room and trying to move these out of the way so we can utilize our storage building next door for supplies and furniture that's coming in.
Well, do you put these out for auction or?
Well, like I said, these ones I think more or less are going to be just disposed of and for scrap metal, only because they're, like I said, they're unsafe. They're all in pieces. They've been stripped of parts. They've been taking knobs, legs, certain pieces, doors off of some of these equipment to repair other things that they can't get parts for, or that parts are either they're not being made anymore or whatnot. So it's not like it's something complete that you can reuse. They're all pretty much in pieces, or especially the ones that are older are broken, and it's just not really something safe that we'd want to be given to somebody else.
I've been by the warehouse several times and seen that pile of miscellaneous, and I hope you can get rid of it all.
Yes, that's the plan. We have all the, like I said, about 5 truckloads of incoming teacher furniture and school desk and chairs coming in at the end of the month. And I'm just needing to try and make room so I can, that we get rid of this. It's really good. It's really easy to acquire stuff, but it's really hard to get rid of all of the old stuff. Everybody tends to hold on to them and hoard them, and I'm guilty just as along with everybody else on these. And I just want to make sure that I get your approval to get rid of them and to dispose of them correctly and making sure that, we're following procedures and stuff. I don't want to just get rid of them. But I need to make room for, like I said, all the incoming things that we have, all the incoming supplies, so that we can get new desks and chairs for our teachers, and also new desks and chairs for our students that have been requested for.
Okay. Any comment? Mr. Montoya.
Sheba,
Mm-hmm.
congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And I just wanted to say publicly that you do an outstanding job with your due diligence, and I have noticed that from the first day I started working here. And so I appreciate what you do and the meticulous manner in which you do it. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there any other comments from the board?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis.
So Sheba, the list that's right here, and you're requesting to dispose of it. Is there language to this? Is there an article or a state statute?
To dispose of it?
Yes, what guidelines are you following? And can we see that?
Okay, I'm gonna look it up right now. Hold on. Okay. Have Donovan helping me.
We follow our business CCSD.
Yeah, we have it in our CCSD business policy. It also just more or less reflects what the state of New Mexico requires us to do, is to get board approval. After we get a board approval, then it goes to the state auditor for approval. And once we get the state auditor's approval, then that's what we use to dispose of. If it's anything, whether it be a vehicle, a bus, or anything, those get PED approval along with board approval.
So I'd like to see that language, the article that you're standing on to dispose of this. And before we do anything else, because if you're saying that these items were stripped, also, you know, I see a backhoe in there. Is that something that?
It's just a attachment, like a bucket attachment to a backhoe. It's not the whole backhoe, it's just a bucket.
So it should indicate that in your description.
Okay.
And because we're accountable for this. And so to say
backhoe attachment on the bottom.
Can I finish talking?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so when you list it as a backhoe, I'm assuming the whole operating cab, everything. And now you're saying that's just a bucket and attachment. So please go through this list and do a better description. And I'd like to see the language, the article, the state statute that you're standing on to do this, so that we can have that in our files, in our archive, and so we have something to show.
Okay.
Thank you. And that attachment is $1,900 for that bucket.
According to what the inventory system says in Visions, which is the fixed asset inventory system, in there, that's what it has in there. That's what it says. That's the value of that bucket attachment. I'm just going off of what's in the system, and that's what I put on this report, is what those things, those tag numbers are associated with those amounts. So that's the amount that's in the system.
Okay, and may I suggest to the board that we hold off on this until we get that article and what she is standing on to dispose of this property, please?
Of this particular item?
Yes.
Mr. President, I believe we have the option to pull that off the consent agenda. We can do that then. Would that be correct, Ms. Atlas?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be the suggestion.
Just the whole thing or just that one item?
It would just be that one item. Item C.
Okay.
We could do that once we get to the approving the consent agenda to pull that off.
Okay. Thank you, Sheba. Item D, Human Resources Report on Vacancies by Margaret Trocek.
Very nice. Good evening, President Wells, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, board members, interim superintendent, colleagues, and community. Tonight, I'm presenting in
May I?
Yes.
May I ask a question? Because of past presentations, Ms. Trocek, may I interrupt respectfully and ask, when was this data gathered? Is it recent or is it last month? Is it 2 months ago?
At the top of the report, it says April 18th, 2022. We just pulled it yesterday.
Okay. Okay. And so everything is included as far as the district?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Asmus. Go ahead.
Okay. So we are reviewing the current vacancies. The first section is the elementary school teaching. And you will see that the hard to fill positions are open, some, quite a few of them. And a number of preschool positions. I have some notes here. A lot of them are sped positions. They are hard to fill without having J1 teachers. And so we are considering reaching out for foreign national teachers, additional ones. Going on to the next section, same hard to fill positions are showing there. And then high school as well. And then, so we have a solution for that. Interim Superintendent Carlson is considering a number of J1 or HB1 foreign national teachers to help us with some of these. And then the next sections are the cooks and custodians. And we have a number of listings out there. You will see as we scroll that some of the positions are for school year 22-23. And I stand for questions.
That's an awful lot of openings.
Question?
Mr. Montoya.
Ms. Trocek?
Yes, sir.
Since the announcement of the increase for the educators across the state, have we received an increase in inquiries for any of our vacancies within the district itself?
I don't have that information. We are still in bargaining for collective bargaining, so we have not announced it out. We plan to, we hope as a district to be more attractive than the surrounding areas. That's the goal. And we are getting quite a few inquiries, and we're doing quite a bit of interviewing. We are having bi-monthly orientations with our new hires. So we're consistently hiring right now. And then our biggest peak is in June and July, is when we are hiring all week long. So the principals and the supervisors are doing really good with working with HR to post the positions, get them taken down, and anytime we get a resignation or a new hire, we are communicating promptly. And so that all seems to be flowing well. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Haskey.
Hi, Ms. Krochek. It was brought to my attention that we have some of our teachers, foreign teachers, that needed to update their paperwork. Can that also be expedited? Because if we're already, we have this many vacancies, the concern would be we're going to probably double that if the issue with I think visas aren't addressed. Is that something that we would do as a school district, or how would that work? Thank you.
Interim superintendent, are you okay with me responding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we did just have a discussion about HB1 visas and J1 visas and the paperwork just yesterday, actually. And Mrs. Amrine is the person that works with the foreign national teachers in the Human Resources Department. And she's been talking about it for a couple months. So now that we're moving forward with some decisions, she is very assertive about getting that paperwork taken care of, because that's first and foremost in our minds, is to fill the positions.
Ms. George?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Board President. I guess this would be more for the superintendent or interim superintendent Carlson. If we could get the SR and ARPA funds allocated immediately for, additional bonuses or, retention bonuses that for the new teachers to recruit. We really have to recruit heavily to get these positions filled. And, I know we have a national shortage for substitutes and teachers, but we have the money sitting there, and we need to use it. So that's just just a suggestion. And of course, promoting the housing once they're finished as well. And, I know that's still in the process of the new housing as well, but just a suggestion. Thank you.
Ms. Haskey?
Sorry, I forgot to put down my hand.
All right.
Board President Wells, if I could just kind of address that briefly.
Yeah.
I think those suggestions are all fantastic. And just to kind of reassure everyone, one of my talking points is going to be recruitment and retention of teachers. I've had some conversations with quite a few people about foreign nationals, about extending we have some J1 teachers who I'll be meeting with, I believe this Friday afternoon at Shiprock High School. We're going to look at various ways we can fund those teachers, including a grant which can offset almost the entire cost that we would incur in bringing those teachers on board or in changing their visas. And also, we have been looking at various types of bonuses for, one of the things Ms. Strochek talked about was that there's so many of these positions are the hard to fill positions. And if you look up there, just what's there right now, below the Judy Nelson ones, there's art, gifted, music, preschool, special ed, preschool. Those are the types of positions that we need to talk about. How can we recruit those people? Because most of those, at least below where it says school year 22-23 are all current positions. And so we need to make sure that we don't have, if this time next year, hopefully, we won't have a list anywhere near this long. That would be the goal. So thank you for your suggestions. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Any other comments from the board?
Yes, I have a comment.
Sasha?
So looking at this list here, and I think I heard everyone's comments and including the interim, but I think some of this is due to what had happened with the principals, and so our reputation is not good, and I feel like some of these it has continued, and so not only to the principals but to other people. And my question to you, Trocheck, is how many have resigned?
I was just looking at that today, and I would say in the last 3 months, maybe retirement and resignations right now, we're probably sitting at about 25. And so.
Resign.
Pardon?
Resign.
How many resigned only? Oh, okay. Well, I believe it's about half. If you would like actual numbers, we can provide a report and send it through the superintendent.
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then also, you know, with the as long as I've been on the board, I've always wanted local. And if we have that, you know, I would like to see them come on board and of course, you know, be certified or, you know, everything included. But yes, I know at some point where we are going to have to look at, you know, the foreign teachers too, but I guess what scares me from that is, you know, we as a district didn't take care of them too before we got caught with visa issues. And so I asked that question I believe about 2 months ago, and I was assured that everything was okay, and I hope that was true. And so again, I believe as a district we're not sitting well, and at some point we need to start changing that. So thank you.
Any other comments?
My hand is up. May I address interim superintendent, President Wells? I do have some grow your own information here, and I was wondering if it would be okay if I could just quickly let the board know some of the things that we're doing right now.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's very far away on my screen. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that Three River Education in Farmington is specific to recruiting SPED people from the community. And then we have student teachers coming in from Indiana University. Dene College is doing programs for bachelor's in multicultural education. for those teachers that have associates or higher. We have a master's program and student teachers are coming in. We have 4 right now from Fort Lewis College. San Juan College is reimbursing for alternative licensure and TESOL tests, I believe. And then our Grow Your Own program, that is a collaboration with Intercultural Outreach Department, Human Resources, and probably, the schools. And that is supporting administration license expenses, endorsements, national certification. So I just wanted to bring that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other Ms. Haskey.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment with our J1 visa teachers. They've been very loyal and really, from my understanding, very dedicated to our students in our community. And I please address the visas with utmost haste so we don't lose these great people. And like board member Aspis said, that I think it really, the situations have tarnished our reputation at CCSD. And I hope that by expediting this process and getting things taken care of for these teachers, that would help in restoring some confidence from the staff. So please, I would ask that this be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Board President, I have
You
a
have
comment.
another comment? I'm
Yes,
sorry. Go ahead.
relating to the HR. And, I want to refer back to some of the things said at the last meeting from Ms. George on some accounts that are still happening within our schools. And so we've only we haven't addressed the whole and the whole issue. So I think that is why I asked that we do to see what our superintendent visions, his vision as far as our district. So I'm trying to be careful here. So thank you.
Did you want to?
No, I think we will address
Okay.
her concerns later in the agenda.
Okay.
Board President, may I?
George.
Yes, in regards to along with everything that's been stated already regarding the retention of teachers, and the one thing that needs to be addressed again and just heard is that we really need to change the school climate, the culture in the school, because if our staff are, not healthy mentally, physically, and they are being challenged negatively by the leadership, we are not going to get good quality teachers and staff, and we're not going to retain them. And so that needs to be changed. Not all the schools have this situation with leadership, but most of them are the school climate is good. It's there's just a few, but those few have really made an impact on our ability to keep teachers, and that really needs to be addressed. And like I said, the last board meeting, that's why I asked for surveys from the staff, for the administrators in their buildings, and even up to directors in the departments, because the staff are with the directors and the administrators every day in the workday. We don't know what goes on in the schools. We only, what's reported to us. But the staff are the ones that know, and of course, the administrators and the directors also. So there has to be a good communication and a good work ethic both ways, from the administrators, directors, to the staff, and then also from the staff. There's got to be fairness. And so that really needs to be addressed. Otherwise, we are not going to retain any teachers. And the teachers that we do have that are burned out, they want to retire, they don't think that they can handle one more year, even till May. They're considering walking away from a job that they once loved, their passion. So that climate has to change in the schools. I've seen it, I've heard it. It still exists. And like I said, even if we give, bonuses, if I'm not happy and not healthy, and I have to go to work and I have to be sick to my stomach, or I have to go off somewhere and cry because the leadership is poor. If you give me $1,000 sign-on bonus or retention, that's not enough for me to stay. So I'm just saying that because that culture needs to change in the schools. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Ochek. Report on Res 2022 conference by Jermaine Chappelle. Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. And Ms. Ray, can you hand over the host so I can put up a presentation? Let me just get this queued up. My apologies. Can you all see that? Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful. So last meeting, board member Asbes asked me to share the the presentation that City of Farmington Mayor and CCSD interim superintendent shared back in 2020 with the RES conference. The RES conference is a conglomeration of utility and other energy interests on reservations throughout the country. We had a very good reception with this project and presentation. And as I go through it, I'm actually going to provide you updates, which is in the next presentation. And so my hope here is to join the two presentations into one. And with that, would you like me to proceed, Board President and board members?
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Can you increase the font on that or the zoom out or?
I believe so. Is that better?
I can't see it all.
I'm sorry, is that better?
We can't see it all, but well, right. Well, go ahead.
Let's see here. Okay, so you know, we were in Nevada, so we made sure that folks could kind of understand where we are, and this was a great depiction of that. We were also introducing the Farmington concepts of trying to, you know, share with folks. I'm just going to go through this quickly, kind of where we were in the country and what the kinds of things we did here. And then from, we then went into kind of the closer demographic indicating the relationship of Navajo Nation and then Farmington. I really like this map because it kind of helps us understand the size and the context. So obviously there in the yellow is Navajo Nation. And up here in this green circle, you see yellow, and that's kind of our outline of Farmington, at least the area. From there, we talked some about the demographics. And, you know, many folks don't know just how large the Navajo Nation is. And so, as we all know, it's about 27,000 miles and approximately the size of West Virginia. Then we wanted to help them understand the beauty that we have here, we're blessed with. And so we, you know, showed them some of these great shots. And from there, we talked about our demographics with respect to poverty to let our participants understand just what's at stake with potential shutdown of San Juan Generating Station and Four Corners. And so just, you know, going through this quickly, we've got about a third of our population on the Navajo Nation without electricity, indoor plumbing, and a slightly higher amount, 38% of lack of running water. And then the next bullet are some of the income stats from the Navajo Nation website. And the fourth bullet there indicates the amount of poverty. This is a few years old. I believe after COVID, these numbers are worse. And then, of course, our graduation statistics down there on the last bullet. That's not just our district, but that's a Navajo Nation website number, I believe, indicating high school graduation rates from the whole Navajo Nation. And then I'm just going to move forward. We had some, you know, photos just to help folks understand some of the conditions that folks find them. I just love this because I remember playing out in the sand myself when I was little. And then wanted to help folks understand that aspect of plant closure. From there, we talked about our workers and our workforce. We talked a great deal about the middle class and the jobs that would be lost, greatly affecting the middle class and potentially wiping that group of employees out. We also concentrated on the fact that by and large, Navajo workers don't support just their core family. They support an extended family from between 20 to 30 people is, what we know as an average. And again, these numbers were prior to COVID. And so obviously the unemployment rate there was pretty high and is, I believe, getting worse in large part due to COVID, but also because of the continued slowdown on our coal mines and our plants. Wanted to this last bullet, we did speak quite a bit about the disproportionate impact of shutdown of coal mines and plants on Native Americans, not just in the Navajo Nation, but throughout the country. And that's something that we often don't pay attention to, but the focus on shutting down these coal mines and plants that do have the disproportionate impact on Native Americans because of where those plants are located. And unfortunately, the corresponding replacement power with solar and or wind doesn't replace the loss of jobs by any greater percentage. It's basically, we lose about 1,500 workers on the shutdown of the coal mine and plant. And we only gain between 2 to 5 full-time workers at each solar facility. So from there, we went into a little more detail on each shutdown. The first one we talked about in most steps was the San Juan generating station potentially closing. And with respect to these statistics, like I said, about 1,500 direct workers, which includes contractors. That number does not include additional third-tier community job loss due to the reduction of worker spending on goods and services within the local economy. In addition to that, some of these other stats we don't often think about, but there would be a loss, and this is just for San Juan generating station alone, of about 50 million annually in state and local tax revenues, a loss of over 100 million in private wages. I already indicated that it would have a devastating impact on the middle class in our area. And especially, coming out of COVID, and even higher acceleration of the erosion of our community and families. This next bullet is obviously very important to CCSD, and it's indication of a loss of important educational property tax revenues. With the recent legislation we now get 100% of our property tax revenues. And so, as I'll show you on a slide here in a few minutes, between San Juan generating station and Four Corners, that's 80% of the property tax revenues we receive. And I believe now that we're getting 100% of that, that could be a loss of about 16 to 18 million if those two plants shut down. In addition to that, the loss of those plants also mean that we lose sizable corporate charitable donations, which we rely on quite a bit in our social programs and educational scholarships. Also talked some on the Navajo generating station and the APS Four Corner power plant, and then of course Escalante, which is near Gallup. Now I'm just going to go back real fast to this first slide. My apologies. In addition to these four, I just want to point out that there are at least 5 more that are slated to close. I have a different slide for that. It's not in this presentation, but literally it indicates that we have a ring of power plant closures that are predicted within the next 5 to 10 years, literally surrounding the Navajo Nation. And from my perspective, that's just one more indicator of the disproportionate impact those plant closures are going to have on our region and on our communities. And so I'm about ready to go into community response section next. Do you want me to pause for questions at this point or keep going?
Let's keep going.
Go ahead.
So from a community response standpoint, meaning Navajo Nation, Farmington, CCSD, and our others of us, we have been talking, to anyone who would listen to us, especially beginning with the lobbying and the implementation of the Energy Transition Act, how important these plants are to us, and not that we don't agree with solar or other renewable forms of energy, but that we want more of a responsible transition so that we can transition into those new forms of energy without having such a devastating impact on our communities. And so you'll hear us talk quite a bit about win-win approach, and that's what we're trying to accomplish, is that win-win, being environmentally responsible at the same time as being fiscally responsible to our communities. And so some factoids from a Navajo Nation standpoint: about 80% of their annual budget comes from extractive industry. The same is close to true for New Mexico. I believe that's at about 50 to 60% of New Mexico's annual budget comes from revenues associated with the extractive industry. And in this transition away from fossil fuels to renewables, we haven't quite figured out that tax gap, meaning when a hydrocarbon is extracted from the earth and turned into energy, it's literally taxed between 20 and 25 times. And that is by and large what actually funds our educational system in New Mexico. On the flip side, right now we are subsidizing from the general fund in the state of New Mexico solar and wind projects. And so rather than adding to the tax funds for our educational budgets, it literally takes away from them. And so that's one of those gaps that we've been talking to our legislative leaders about, trying to help us close and make sure that we're proceeding in a responsible manner. This next one, we've already kind of touched on it, the devastating impact that all of these closures will have on the middle class. And then again, we kind of touched on the demographics and tied that together. And of course, this was all pre-COVID, so these issues, are even more critical now coming out of COVID. Okay, so with respect to the folks who supported the ETA, one of the things they kept saying was, well, we're going to give you replacement resources. As we now know, the supply chain issues and other issues have made it very difficult for PNM to actually get the replacement resources they promised us up here. So one of the things we've been working on regionally is to put pressure on our legislators and the PRC in Santa Fe to hold PNM accountable and make sure that they give us the replacement resources that they promised. The other things that we've been working on as a region to try to come up with additional economic plans in terms of revitalization, obviously outdoor recreation. I've reported to you all a bit about the Navajo Nation County MOU on the railroad project, and that's moving forward. We're also looking very hard at petrochem opportunities The most recent addition to this list is the addition of Bitcoin. There are a number of entities that are interested in doing Bitcoin up in our area. And then, of course, partnering with our corresponding tribal entities and our neighboring states. So for the San Juan Generating Station carbon capture retrofit, the primary team is the city of Farmington, who now owns, once the transfer is finalized, the actual San Juan Generating Station. So they'll own that. I mean, they do own that as the last remaining entity there. The object would be for City of Farmington to then transfer its ownership interest to Enchant Energy. And of course, Westmoreland is important there because they are a mine mouth coal supplier, meaning they are right next door to the plant. And so there's economies of scale there. The most important part of this, and that's why it's right in the middle as a community stakeholders, is that we really want a win-win-win for our community. And so the very top of that list, as you guys know, we've been talking about this, is our school district and the importance of this project for our school district. San Juan College would also lose property tax revenues, so they've been a participant. Our surrounding communities, the Navajo central and local governments, meaning Window Rock and our chapters, charitable groups, economic development groups, and environmental advocates. We do have some environmental advocates on our side on this. This is what I just described about how Farmington retains 100% ownership of the plant and plans to transfer that to Enchant. That was just a photo of when they came together, Enchant and the city of Farmington. These are the players that Enchant has been working with and still are working with them. Quick update. The study that Sargent and Lundy was beginning to conduct back in 2020 has been completed. And they've been working closely with Mitsubishi, who is the technology provider. And I have some exciting news there. The numbers on carbon capture, instead of being 90% effective, are higher now. They're 95% effective. And I'll walk you through what that means here in a second. And then, of course, Enchant and Farmington are partnering on Westmoreland with a coal supply agreement to extend that and to extend those workers. The next step then would be that Enchant installs carbon capture and continues to operate San Juan Generating Station. Now, many of us have heard that PNM is concerned that that this coming summer, my apologies, they will have rolling blackouts and brownouts. So Farmington and the other owners of San Juan Generating Station have negotiated with PNM to let them stay in the plant longer. It's very possible that PNM could find themselves in a similar situation the following summer. So negotiations with respect to the transition to Farmington and Enchant are a little bit up in the air with respect to when that might actually happen, given those circumstances for PNM. And so that's just a quick update there. I'm going to go now kind of into the project itself. I promise I won't get too technical. I sometimes do that because I'm a nerd. But this diagram essentially indicates how this would work. So obviously the coal is mined from San Juan Coal Mine. Then it's sent next door to the power plant. The generate the energy is then generated and sent through a series of installations of pollution control equipment that are brand new and state of the art, probably the most cleanest pollution control systems available nationwide. And on top of that, we would then take out the remaining carbon dioxide, and it then would actually be probably one of the cleanest plants in that country, if not the world. From there, you'll see this potential connector pipeline. One of the benefits of carbon dioxide is that it can be used in the well fields in the Permian Basin, and we are very close to the CO2 pipeline coming out of, or the Kinder Morgan Cortez pipeline coming out of Colorado. And the next, I think, slide is an even better kind of depiction of that. So the other option that we have is to literally store the carbon dioxide under the earth. And we have been working with New Mexico Tech on that. We have a grant from Department of Energy that is working with us through that process. The bottom line, the bottom line here, just for you to think about it, and I like to find kind of practical ways to think about these things, but literally what's happening is that the CO2 is attracted to an amine solution, and the amine literally binds itself to the carbon, and that's how it takes it out of the flue gas stream. There are quite a number of folks in support of this. We are obviously, the technology is coming from some proven installations of this, although not at this scale. So at this scale, it would be the first of its kind. As I indicated, Mitsubishi has come up with even better economy on removing carbon capture, carbon dioxide. And so instead of 90%, it's 95%. Just to give you kind of an indicator of those numbers, natural gas backup to solar and wind is at about 700 to 900 tons of CO2 per megawatt hour. With carbon capture, the number of CO2 is drastically reduced to about 150 to 200 tons per megawatt hour. And so even from that perspective, it actually has a lower carbon footprint. There is extensive bipartisan and national support, and that has grown and continues to grow since this presentation was first given. One of the things that we've talked about in the district is how great it would be for our district to be able, especially through Bon Wilson and some of our other applications, to be a leader in literally coming up with educational programs, training the next future employees in this market. Kind of the wrap up is we went through kind of the win-win-win components of carbon capture at San Juan Generating Station. Obviously, from a community standpoint, we went through, I apologize, we went through what it would do for jobs and the potential, burgeoning of us as an international pioneer in the field. And creating the next educational programs that would support that. And so this is kind of just more info on what I just said. Apologize, my throat's getting clean. And then we talked quite a bit about how important it is to our school district in terms of tax revenues for our schools, the additional learning opportunities and career paths, and even more importantly, the promotion of well-being in our community and stability, and avoiding continued disruption to the families and education of our children. Went through obviously the WIN component on environment, just a couple of factoids. Like I said, in 2015, PNM installed about 500 million in pollution control scrubbers, making it one of the cleanest in the country. In addition to that, with CO2, we would be looking at removing about 6 million metric tons of CO2 per year, which is equivalent to about 1 million cars per day. That would then, of course, make us one of the cleanest plants in the country. And I talked some already about the distinction between natural gas backup for wind or solar and carbon capture being an even cleaner alternative to that. Oops, sorry, I already went through this, my apologies. And then the kind of the last piece of that is just high level synopsis. Some of the updates are that Enchant has actually gained quite a bit in shareholder contributions. One of their shareholders is actually Intech, and Intech has a seat on the Enchant board. They're also looking at potentially expanding these projects to with Intech at Four Corners, and they are looking potentially at ways to bring carbon capture to Four Corners power plant as well. And with that, I stand for questions.
That's a lot of information.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ms. Anderson.
So that last part, Ms. Chappelle, was the update that you had?
I can go into more detail, but I just wanted to be sensitive to how long our agenda is and the length of this presentation already. So, but I can definitely go into more detail if you would like me to.
Well, I think really what I was looking at was how I for transparency and for information. And I guess the last one of the board members had said to me before, we're just school board members. Why are we concerned about these things? And I would respond. I didn't respond at that time, but I would respond now that do we wait and be caught? And the only analogy I can give, and forgive me if that's offends anyone, but do we wait and get caught with our pants down and then do something? And I think when we as a board started our knowledge in all of this, we were already at the 11th hour. And so, and I really, really would like to thank Miss Lovejoy, Linda Lovejoy with PRC, who was the one that really questioned and And the talks that were happening is that what was stated to PRC and other people were that the community did want them shut down it was overwhelming majority, but and it's only through hearing those things that we as a district, as a board, started looking to replace that funding. And then we found, the discrepancies in impact aid. And so it still continues. I mean, it's still, though we made great progress and a big win with impact aid, we're still in that. We're still, as a district, we still, there's still a lot of concern because we can have all the funding, but what happens when the families move away, when there's no students, when that number depletes? So, and when we go to the conferences and we attend and you have legislation, the legislature that sits at the head of this committee for education and says to 400 plus school board members that please, as a district, try to grow your career readiness, those career paths. And we're sitting there like, how do you do that? How do we do that when the governor's agenda is going to destroy those career paths and those facilities that offer that, just as we heard earlier and during our meeting with Bon Wilson. So I believe that, our efforts and our time in this avenue is needed. And I wish we could be that board of 10 years ago or 15 years ago or 20 years ago, where we didn't have to dive into these issues, where we could sit back and when the businesses, and it just so happens to be mining, it just so happens to be power plants, because those are the only businesses that were getting funding or having our credit ratings and tax revenues from. So it's very important, and it is tied in many ways. It's tied to our district, our schools, and they don't see, but there's even action going on, and from other, such as San Juan College, such as Farmington. So it's not just us. Everybody's trying to share their concern, their impacts. So it's not just CCSD. And some of that replacement that Ms. Chappelle was talking about, it was said that that replacement was going to be here, the solar farm was going to be here within 50 miles, so that CCSD benefits from that. It didn't happen that way. That solar farm sits down in Gallup, and the next one is supposed to be built in Dulce. So it is important to be knowledgeable about this. And I don't believe we're abusing taxpayer money. Really trying to find the most, to advocate and not just for money reasons, but also a lot of this, if you look at the long range, I believe that when public schools are no longer here, offered, because there's really not enough students, the next alternative is boarding school. And I certainly don't want to see that historical trauma repeated. So I really think that the board is, it's a new subject, but I just think the board, that they try to understand, and we're all impacted. We all are in some way or another. And I think that's one thing that Ms. Chappelle needs to really sit down and explain the history of all of this to the board. I know Mr. Montoya and myself are probably the ones that are up to date, but yeah, that history needs to be shared and told to the rest of the board and then to our interim. Thank you.
Ms. Haskey.
I would also echo what Ms. Aspis explained when we were in Washington, D.C. before the pandemic. We met with, I guess, a group of coal producers, energy companies, and to hear how plant closures affected whole huge areas, how cities or towns became ghost towns because of plant closures, was really startling, and it was scary. And in our community, we're already economically disadvantaged and have a lot of challenges in regards to the infrastructure, the lack of water, the lack of Wi-Fi, electricity, all those things. I think we can't help but advocate we can't help but advocate for not just for our students, but for our community, because it's not just going to be CCSD. It's going to have a long reach across the Navajo Nation and Farmington, Kirtland, all the surrounding areas. So I just don't think the impact has really been considered. So that was just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Jermaine, did that presentation include the capture project?
Yes, sir. Like I said, I can go through a little more detail on that, but I know you guys have a very long agenda, and I am more than happy to come back and give more of the background and history, like both Ms. Aspis and Vice President Haskey recommended. I agree absolutely that that would be helpful. Oh, and just another tidbit, I am meeting tomorrow with the City of Farmington and Enchant. And I believe Ms. Aspis, or Board Member Aspis, you did request perhaps that we look into bringing this presentation back to the RES conference this coming year. So I'm going to bring that up in the meeting tomorrow to see if they want to pursue that.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
And this conference here, they it's reservations across the nation, and I, there was a lot of networking, and it appeared to me, the feeling I got was that as when this presentation was made, and then it kind of loosened up the talk about coal, about power plants, into where a lady, I forget what tribe she's from, but she was telling me that she was in charge of developing a 700 megawatt power plant. And it seemed like she felt free to talk about it, and for her tribe. And so I just think it's important to know that I am, if it saves money, I'm all for it, especially with what's going on now with the cost of fuel. However, the things that are not being told and what needs to be said is this is not reliable. The way that the energy trend ETA is written is not reliable. It's not cheap. Those have already been looked at and done in California. And I drove to California for the conference. The gas price was $6.79. $6.79. And when you think about our elders out here who are on fixed incomes and, electricity, I mean, the data is right there, what California is experiencing. And at the last time I heard was the cost of electricity had gone up 30%. I don't know is that higher?
It's 80. I can give you some stats on that real quick if you want me to.
And so, there's and then I look at what we've been dealing with and over the years, and as we do this, it's almost that I'm looked at, because I have a view of proceeding and staying with fossil fuels, as somebody that's stuck in the dark ages. No, we're not there yet. We're, as far as technology and battery capacity, we're not there yet. We are not there yet. And now they're proposing, I mean, it's almost crazy. Now you hear talks of electric cars, and this conference that we went to, they were talking about electric buses, school buses. I would like to see that trip.
I'd like to see him fly an electric airplane.
And so I went up to that booth and I said, you know, I don't recall on the Navajo reservation, if I go to my grandma and Che's house, which is about 30 miles into the reservation, I don't recall seeing a plug out there.
Charging station? Yeah.
So at some point, you know, we really need to be informed. We really need to stop and look at what those impacts are going to be. And you know, we're making it difficult for ourselves, I believe, if we continue to go along. So I go back to this conference and I was when the lady shared that with me and then other people started talking, and when you get into groups, you know, it just appeared to me that talking about coal was a dirty word. And but as I talked, as people start to see where I stood, they start coming and they start talking. And so I think and we should have already learned from Navajo generating station. I believe that's, if anything, that's the model to watch. That's the place to watch. We're not just talking about immediate workers. There's a lot of subcontractors tied to the power plants that are Navajo. And so we don't even know what those numbers are, but it is going to make a big impact. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Montoya.
I can absolutely give more of those impacts in the next presentation where we talk about the backgrounds and history. There is quite a bit on that. Board Member Aspis is absolutely correct. And I think though that would also be useful information if that's what you would like me to do.
Yes, you could include that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Montoya.
If I may, in regards to that conference that we attended in Las Vegas, again, even up in the Crow Nation, they were talking about the utilization of creating and developing generating stations to turn waste into pellets, trash. And again, the technology of carbon capture that we were talking about from Enchant and applying that to their proposed units. And again, just as Ms. Aspis has said, it certainly has opened up the conversation because it is important. And again, Page being a prime example of what's to come with the policies that are, in my opinion, damaging the Navajo Nation because of the power plants that surround it, the coal mines that surround it, and the direct impact that it has upon the families. So those kinds of conferences, it is important for us to certainly let people know. And we did get a very good response from a lot of the different tribes about that technology and what we're doing and how we're pushing and pressing not just the local economy, but the state and federal government in regards to the different funding aspects that we have to be utilized to try to be able to make up those differences. And it's very hard to do when they shut down an entire industry because of that. And I'm really glad that that conversation occurred and hoping to go back to extend it and to get more support from the other tribes around the country. So that's all. Thank you.
Anything else? I don't see any hands up there.
Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, sir.
I believe it was in the conference is coming up again in May. Is that what it was?
Yeah, the end of May.
Okay, just checking. Think we certainly need to make that presence felt again, in my opinion.
I know I need to give back the host. How do I do that? And I apologize for not knowing that.
Go to participants.
Okay.
Participants. It's going to give you tabs on the right-hand corner of your screen.
Okay.
Just did it.
Oh, gotcha.
See it, Mr. Noble? Oh, there she is. Miss Ray has it.
Okay, we need updated information regarding projected funds available for Newcomb Elementary School construction project and proposed outside adequacy options by Donovan Yazzie and Candace Thompson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson. So Candace and I, as well as the team in finance, worked on this report for the last couple of days. We're going to kind of go ahead and piggyback off of each other relating to this. You go to the next. Okay, so what we went ahead and did is looked at the revenue from the general funds for the last 5 years. So currently, impact aid is allocated and placed into the general fund account, as you see here. So next coming school year, there is a proposal to move the funds into a different account code. So all the money coming in from impact aid and general funds are listed here pretty much. So if we look at the general revenue for the last 5 years, we can see that, money coming in from the general fund accounts. And I did go ahead and list the year-to-date out of what we've received as of 4/19/2020 here. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so currently what we have here, what are we still expecting to receive this year? We have listed here the estimated uncollected funds for the SCG, the impact aid funds, the ad valorem taxes, oil and gas revenue, as well as other indirect costs, the revenue totals here. So basically, when we went and submitted the budget for this past year, we were expecting a revenue of $78.3 million. And so we're still needing $30.5 million of uncollected revenue for this year. Okay, so currently we have, we did have the Department of Education sent us information letting us know that they sent payment for the impact aid for this school year's budget in the amount of roughly $15.2 million. And so we're still waiting for that money to come in from the New Mexico Department of Education, because they send that money over to them and then the money gets transferred to us from the New Mexico Department of Education along with the report of what the breakdown is. A couple of things we have to look at too is when we look at projecting our total funds for this project, as well as we looked at our revenues first, and now we're looking at our expenditures. So we looked at the expenditure trend for the past 5 years, and so we went back all the way to back to 2017 and 18, and we estimated an average increase of 5% each year. So each year, as we go through, the progression is an estimated of 5%, and currently we have spent roughly $48 million this year. So also what we also looked at the general fund balance, end of year balance for the district, each of the years for the past 5 years, and then we'll show you the fund balance for this, the estimated fund balance when we go to at the end of our report here. So this is for the last 4 years here, projection. This is what we ended up at each of the end of year for each fiscal year for each of the consecutive years prior to where we're at now. Okay, so the other thing we had to look at too was salary budget trends, what's going to happen next school year. So we do all know there is a legislative mandate. I believe it's from House Bill 2. This does take in consideration the estimates that we are going to be projecting for salaries, as well as payroll benefits, as well as the NIMSIA, which is the insurance amount. So we're looking at a difference of roughly almost $9 million projection that we're gonna have to look at for next school year when we're looking at the budget and how much expenditures and come out just on salaries. Okay, so the other thing we looked at too was what is the enrollment trend, and I got these numbers off of the New Mexico reports from the New Mexico Department of Education, and I did highlight Newcomb Elementary School and the trend back from 2015 all the way to 2021. We do show an average decline in enrollment, and you can see too that the district also has a decline in enrollment trend as well too. And so the reason why I presented this too is because I think in the prior presentation it was mentioned too that the SEG allocation, the dollar amount that we get from the state is based off of student enrollment numbers, as well as the funding from Impact Aid that comes off of our student enrollment data too as well. Go to the next. Okay, so I got this information off of the report that Director Thompson presented at the board meeting on the 14th. This was part of that report that was presented by the EdSpecs information. It basically kind of relays back to the information that was presented earlier in a prior slide. I'm not sure if Ms. Thompson would like to elaborate on this a little bit.
Board President, board members, Donovan, yes, this report came out of the EdSpec that was approved by the board. So these numbers are also, once again, supporting what Director Yazzie pulled from the New Mexico PED website.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Okay, so we want to go ahead and present to you some of what the district current obligations are too. We got this work, we worked on this in collaboration with Director Thompson, and we do see that this is some of the totals that the district has already allocated or obligated to South. And I believe we presented these purchase orders over 60,000 to the board too as well in prior board meetings. So I went ahead and listed all of the current projects here. Right now, there is roughly $3.3 million that we are obligated to. Yes, sir.
We have a question.
Can you go back to your last slide, please?
Hope you can see that. It's fuzzy. I can't.
Yeah. And you said you pulled this off of PED?
Board member asked this, members of board, interim superintendent Carlson. If you look at the source, I got it from the board's report on 4/14. It's on updates on page 50 of that actual report. So I took a screenshot of it.
The specs.
Board President, board member Aspis, this is out of the EdSpec that was done for Newcomb Elementary School. This is off of page 50 of that ed spec that was presented to you guys in 2021, I believe in January 2021.
Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson. So we do have here the district obligations. Currently, the district is obligated approximately $3.3 million for current projects that are happening. We went ahead and include the Newcomb dollar amount, which is the $14.6 million here, color coded in green, and the total obligations when in the event that the district and then the 14.6 million is the I guess the buildings to adequacy. And also what we also have to take into consideration too is the other obligations that we have that are coming out of other funds other than a general fund, which is the fund 11,000, roughly $6.8 million here. And so the reason why we put that there is because in the event that the that those funds don't have the adequate funding, they're going to have to come out of the general fund to offset that. I don't know if Candace wants to elaborate any more on that slide. Ms. Thompson? No?
Are there any questions, board president, board members, on the previous slide?
Yes. Can you give me more information on that first one, the arena lighting?
Board president, board member Aspis. Yes, that is upgrading the arena lights in the pit and in the arena at Kirtland High School and Shiprock High School to LED fixtures.
Okay, I'd like to see the, I guess the request and everything.
Board president, board member Aspis, what specifically are you asking for request wise?
For the, I guess the paper trail for it, the everything on there, the work, I don't know if you call it work order, request,
The bid?
the bid.
Okay, that was approved in a PO to you guys, presented for over 60,000, I believe, in a report, correct, Mr. Yazzie?
And I'd like to get that date when it was approved, please. Please send it to us.
Board president, board members, I will send it to interim superintendent.
I will forward it.
May we proceed, President Wells?
You can.
Okay, I think we're moving on to the next slide. So we do have here, the next slide we do have here are some of the district quotes of some of the plans that we have already worked on, and they're currently in the designing stages. We've gathered quotes here. I'm going to go ahead and give this slide over to Director Thompson as she kind of breaks things down. I do want to highlight too, we did highlight in yellow some of the repairs that are safety concerns that are kind of, in a sense, could be non-negotiable. And I'll let Director Thompson kind of elaborate a little bit more on what is here on this this spreadsheet here.
Board president, board members, interim superintendent Carlson. I was given directions by prior administrator to get quotes and start design on these projects. One was a district marquee and signage for the admin office. The second item was lighting on all the baseball and softball fields in the district. We received a MAC from our mechanical engineer for 1.6 million for that. We went into design to repair the AC Warner pool deck, which is a safety concern. Our MAC was just under 400,000 when this project went out on the street and was bid. It came in at $1.2 million, which at the time we withdrew this project from moving forward based on the cost. The second item is the Judy Nelson pump house and ball field renovation, which is currently in design right now, with an anticipation of it being available for an RFP on the streets in July, with a MAC currently of 1.9 million. I should probably preference what MAC stands for. MAC is maximum allowable construction costs. Just for those who are not aware of what a MAC is. The next safety concern is the replacement of the Newcomb football field and turf. We have a quote for that currently at $727,000. Another safety concern is the Newcomb Transportation Building. We have an estimate of $6 million for that facility. The Najoni Kindergarten re-roof, we have a quote currently for $53,000. And then another safety concern is the Shiprock turf replacement on the football field, again at $727,000. You'll see the item at the bottom of the page, the warehouse addition. We had planned a 5,500 square foot building. Sharon, if you could go back, please, and had included that. One more slide, Sharon. Thank you. We had included that MAC in our ESSER application, and that building is a MAC of $1.9 million. Is there any questions about these possible projects as you see right now?
So, board member.
Yes, go ahead.
So these are not even, they're not even done or started?
Board President, Board Member Aspis, if you look in the status column where it says design, some of those projects are in design currently. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then also to go back to the impact aid that was shared, do you know what was generated for this year?
So we can go back to the revenue slide. Further back, Sharon. Back. Okay, so right there. So if you look at the impact aid, currently we haven't received any funds, but what we estimated here was $22,093,184. If you can go back to this prior slide here. One more. And I think it might be the first slide, I'm sorry. Right, go back, right there. So we based off of the, if you look at the impact aid portion for FY 17-18, there's 22.8 million, FY 18-19, there's 24 million, and then there's FY 19-20, there's 21.8 million. So we based that estimate off of what we projected from last year. So when we had to create the budget, we had to base it off of that information there. You go back, go to the next slide. Okay, so this is what we mentioned here. If I look at the what we have currently received as of 4/19/2020, we haven't received any impact aid funds yet. But we're still owed the roughly $22.1 million there. And I think I did have on the next slide, on slide number 4, I did inform the board that the impact aid payment was sent from the Department of Education for $15.1 million, and that's sent to the New Mexico Department of Education. And once they go through that and then create the report, then they get sent to us. So we're still waiting that payment from the New Mexico Department of Education, the $15.1 million there.
So why are we estimating? Do we not know for certain what we generate?
Secretary Aspis, members of the board, interim superintendent Benavides, what we are estimating, we're projecting based off of the revenue we receive, and we are projecting projected costs for next school year, because we are looking at checking to see if we have the finances to purchase the school. And that's what we're presenting. We're presenting you the actual estimated cash balance based off the reports we have and the information we have as of 4/19/2020. And the projects that are that have been kind of in the planning stages already, and or the obligations that the district has already obligated itself to.
So, interim superintendent,
Yes, ma'am.
I realize what the question is, and I realize that we are on item G and why we are given this presentation. And, but I did ask a question about why are we estimating, why are we projecting? Don't we know exactly what we generate and what we're getting as far as impact aid? Because I think, to me, that number that's being shown is less. And so the way my mind works is that because of this school project and what we are looking at, possibly a $10 million more additions to this school, I want to know if we're going to get any more money. So that's the question that I'm asking. Why are we estimating? Don't we know what we generated this year as far as impact aid?
You know, I would go based on these figures from the previous 4 years. I mean, those numbers are all fairly consistent. They're all just over 20,000, but exactly the number, I would actually
Okay, in my mind again.
Okay.
So I know that up till last year is that we were only getting 25% of that.
Okay.
So when you put those years down, I'm thinking that's just 25%. And so since it was signed and changed to 100%, I figured that would be a different balance, not close as it's shown. So that's in my mind.
Okay. I'm going to ask for a little bit of help. I'm going to do a phone a friend. I know that Mr. Montoya has had some history with that. I'm going to see if he can elucidate a little bit better.
Again, the amounts that they're talking about is just like he had stated a little earlier about the Federal Impact Aid Office releasing a certain amount of money. Again, we're still waiting, Mr. Chappelle, if I'm not mistaken, on approximately $20 million, and that's that 100%. Some of the other numbers, you're correct in to say that there was 25, but the collective 100% from the time where it starts until now
Mhm.
is the estimate. Because again, we were held harmless. Again, Ms. Spell, if I'm wrong, please correct me. The number count that we get, again, it's based off of those counts previous. So they're guesstimating an assumption of what we will be getting until you get those full counts. But that money that he's talking about, that right there is what they're releasing versus what we're owed that the state is still holding on, or not the state, but the Federal Impact Aid Office is still holding on to. So we're still owed money that they have not released because of administrative procedural processes at the Federal Impact Aid Office. Now, are we going to get that? Yes, at some point in time. But this is what they're saying that's going to be released, which we haven't released. So again, they have to make an estimate year from year to year.
So what are we looking at? Because I want, to me, it seems like that's too low.
What you're assuming is that, again, there should be a hard exact number.
Yes.
And they don't have a hard exact number. Because again, they were, as you know, they released in chunks.
Okay. Beside that, okay, I understand now, but when you go back to 20, the past years where we were only getting 25%. So I would assume that
it's going to get higher.
Yes.
No, that numbers that they're showing is the 100%. It's not going to change.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mr. Chappelle, do you want to add to that? She has her hand
Make it a little bit more clear.
Yeah, but then I guess I want to know, I mean, there's been talks ever since that impact aid was signed to give us 100% that the accountability of it. And, it seemed like some, because they got beat, now all of a sudden they wanted,
They want to find another way to keep it.
Right. So that's why I'm asking, do we even know what we're supposed to be getting? And are we keeping that? Are we telling them this is what we're supposed to be getting? Where is it?
Well, by student count, yes, you can say that. But in actuality, that's why there's an estimate of what you're going to get. The estimate is a pretty good ballpark figure. Mr. Powell?
Yes. Board president, board members, and community members, and interim superintendent staff. The impact aid number is a bit of a moving target. We're going to talk a little bit about this, Mr. Yazzie and I believe in a presentation coming up, but I can probably give my portion of that with this question. Board member Aspis, it's a really good question. A couple things. When we got 25%, we got in the nature of about 5 to 6 million per year, give or take. And the overall amount was in the $20 to $21 million range. The issue is obviously that's based on student counts, and it's kind of an after the fact. So absolutely the explanations given are projections. The other issue, though, is that Congress has discretion to fund or not fund impact aid in whole or in part. And so, as you know, we've been talking and working hard on the federal level for a number of years now to really move and push that conversation, because oftentimes they're not necessarily funding impact aid to the highest level they should be. And so how that works is the dollars get authorized by Congress, then the impact aid office sends that to, actually it sends it to CCSD. In the past, when the state took 75% of that, how they did that was they withheld the equivalent amount of that 75% from our SEG payments. But the third consideration that is probably the most important of all is predictability. There really isn't a whole lot of predictability about when these funds come in. And as you guys remember, we talked quite a bit about the challenges of cash flow, because we have essentially a lot of obligations, especially at the beginning of the year. We have had to carry large cash balances because we didn't have the ability to, essentially we had to act as our own bank because we didn't know when those impact aid dollars would come in. And in the past, there have been situations where we haven't actually gotten the impact aid dollars from the federal government in the calendar year they're supposed to be in. Sometimes it's a year late. And so that's one of the reasons why there's some concern here is mostly it's about the cash balance issue. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to interject. And that's, I'm going to try to evade sane argument, but discussions with people at the state level of asking questions when they were talking about cash balances, because you've heard that term sweep. It comes, we've talked about it before. So I've posed it to people at the state level about giving us a good solid number for what a cash balance would be. They won't do it. But because of what she's saying, because money is being encumbered, because we don't know exactly when the state's going to, or not the state, when the federal government's going to release that funding, we have to keep a larger cash balance. Generally speaking, I believe the number is around anywhere from 7 to 9%. Ours has to be over that because of the obligations that we have. So again, we're making assumptions, we're making estimates to what we can and what we will. Now, again, with that change in law from the state of New Mexico, and we did go circles with them about that too, robbing Peter to pay Paul, because they may, we don't know, just again, an assumption of taking it from somewhere else. But if the language is what it says, we should be getting that 100% as an estimate for that 20 million, which would be the 100%, if that's what it is at the end of the day after the fact for what the count is. And whatever your student count is going to what it's going to be tied to directly, how much money you're going to get. So you have to make an estimate. And you won't know that until they actually make that payment or tell you what you're going to get from your student count.
Right. And I just can't stress enough that even with our student count, they still have discretion not to fund that completely.
And yes, and I must add, and that's one of the discussions we've had out there, and I've gotten up in them, and Stephen said in those offices, Ms. Aspas, about that, about fully funding, because it has not been fully funded. I want the people to know in the audience that the federal government has not held up their federal obligation to fund impact aid. And that's one of the biggest fights. Every time I go out there, I get into it with them about it. I do it very respectfully, but the point is they have yet to fully fund it, and it's not reoccurring. Impact aid is not reoccurring. So you have to go out every single year trying to get them to do it. And if there's ever a government shutdown, guess who gets hurt first?
Yeah.
Our kids.
Wow.
So the point being is, again, the assumptions that they're talking about is based off of hopefully what we'll be getting if the student count is what it is. And then if the federal government does what they're supposed to do, which they haven't been doing. So Mr. Powell, you may.
Okay, the last piece of that, and this is what I was going to talk about when I was up with Mr. Yazzie here in a bit, is that we do still have about 20 to 21 million that's owed to us as part of the first protest we filed. That's been held up on kind of an administrative appeal that has nothing to do with substance by the attorneys for the Impact Aid Office. They recently reached out wanting to start talking on ways to settle that so we could get that resolved and get those funds funded to us. And so I just wanted to give you that quick update. The conversations haven't really materialized yet. As soon as they become more substantial, I will immediately update the board in executive session on those conversations. I do want to point out also, just by reassurance, that in the last session, not this current one, but the last session, actually there were funds in both House Bill 2s for the last two sessions, making sure that the amounts that were attributed to the amounts that we won in that lawsuit would be set aside for us. So the money is set aside in the state government coffers. All we need to do is essentially get the Federal Impact Aid Office to withdraw its administrative appeal, or at least get it resolved.
Well, and if I may follow up on that, that was one of the things that was stated out of Senator Heinrich's office by Elizabeth is saying that even though the state could say release it, it's still an administrative issue and process with the at the federal level. So it's not a matter of the state or us even telling them to say that, hey, show us the money and give it to us. They have to go through their processes because it's an administrative issue on their side.
And we are working with the other districts to put pressure on that process. But I just want to reiterate, the appeal has nothing to do with the substance, meaning even if the Secretary of Public Education on the federal level resolves their administrative appeal, it's not going to affect the bottom line in terms of us getting our funds. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, if that makes sense.
Money's the allotment is still going to be the same. It's just that they have to get past that point of their administrative issue to cut that check and release it.
And it's more an internal thing than anything else in terms of how their process works.
Okay, I got another, and this is just for, but are we, okay, the number or the, what our students generate, each student, is that equal to national?
You asking my opinion?
No,
it's
I
not.
want facts.
No, it's not. The national average on spending, the last time I checked, which was using last year's numbers, was $12,664 per cost per student average across the United States. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Powell and or Mr. Yazzie, I believe we receive, what do we receive? Is it 4,700 or 4,900 in impact aid payments for each student?
Oh my gosh.
Just kind of close ballpark. Little league ballpark. Get it closer.
Board member Montoya, members of the board, interim superintendent Carlson. So I actually have the website open here, and it does say that we do have the estimated student units are weighted, and so we do. When I look at the actual information, it's at 4471.
Okay. So if I may to your frustration,
Oh my God.
again, that is one of the points that I have been stating, not just at the state, but at the federal level, of increasing that. And I'm sure most of us have heard it in those conversations, that is one of the biggest push that I have also expressed at the federal level and to our federal representatives, is to ensure, one, that they remove equalization out of the federal language. Two, once equalization is removed out of the federal language, is to increase the payment up to the national average, which is that will be kind of say $12,000, because it states in the federal language that it is education provided at an equal level to, well, $4,700 is not equal to,
So
in my
we're
opinion.
still,
So
oh my goodness.
I can
it's
confirm the numbers that Director Yazzie just gave. When we first started lobbying this at our state legislature, we took our student count and divided it by the average amount of impact aid funds we received. And it is exactly right in that ballpark, in the $4,400 range.
Okay. So with the information you shared, Mr. Yazzie, are we able to do this 10 million addition, or what the community wants for this school project?
Board member Aspers, members of the board, interim superintendent Carlson. That's what we're presenting. We're presenting the totals, that we haven't got to that yet. So we're answering questions as the board brings them up. I also have one of our other licensed business officials here, Herbie Clichy. She has some, she would like to go ahead and add, if that's okay. We have permission of the board to get her insights on this as well, because she does work with the Impact Aid application, and as far as information that she might have some other answers to some questions that were presented to as well. Ms. Herbie?
Good evening, school board members and interim superintendent Carlson. This is Herbie Clucci, and I'm from the finance department. Just to elaborate on a couple of the questions that were presented regarding the impact aid and the estimate dollar amount. The impact aid payments, we used to get them, so at the federal level, they have the fiscal year end in October, and so a few years ago, we used to get those payments right away.
You blanked out.
Oh, shoot, sorry. I was sure talking and had myself on mute. Good evening, school board members and interim superintendent Carlson. Just to elaborate on the couple of questions that were presented regarding the impact aid. A few years ago, we used to get the impact aid payments right around October, November, right after the fiscal year ended at the national level. And now in the past couple of years, we don't get those payments until later in the year. We're not getting those payments until last year. We got our first payment until February, and this year we still haven't get our payment. So that's also a contribution to the having to estimate our dollar amount for the impact aid portion. And so again, that's an appropriation that's made at the national level through the Department of Education. I'm not too sure, Mr. Yazzie, on that website for G5, I think there's an explanation that covers why those payments are not coming through yet, but that's really why we're having to estimate now. Before, we used to have a fairly good idea every year of how much we would estimate that we would get, because it was just historically, we would get those payments regularly right after November and October, and we would get a large dollar amount, and then we would get a second dollar amount later on in the early spring. And so those dollar amounts, those deposits and those revenues would carry us through the end of the school year, but it's no longer like that. Just like what Jermaine and Mr. Montoya had mentioned, it all has to do with their appropriation at the national level. And there is a slide that Mr. Yazzie presented. If you could go back to the revenue slide.
Herbie, you're on mute. Herbie.
Okay, so that one. So is there one that's a trend, a 5-year trend?
One right before this.
Yeah, that's the one. So this one here, you'll notice that between fiscal year 1920 and 2021, as well as 1819, we had that influx of the SUG payments. That's where that impact aid calculation is now, where we see that impact, where that the impact aid 25% that the state of New Mexico used to take. So that's the reason why we have that increase in that SUG funding. So we are, and how the state of New Mexico and the public education department used to take that 25% or take that, only give us the 25% in prior years from 1718 to 1819, but then we have that increase here in 2021. And as well as the current year in 21-22, that's where that calculation has now been considered. So the public education department is now having us, when we complete our revenue budget, they're having us calculate with impact aid. So we are receiving that impact aid through the SUG formula, the opposite of the way that they used to take it, if that makes sense. And so in next year,
the public education department is going to have us separate out within that SEG between the 11,000 fund, and they're creating a new fund number called 15, I believe it's 15,100. And that was presented last week or 2 weeks ago at the budget conference. So they're gonna have us identify that impact aid separately now within that SEG funding. And so that's just to provide a couple of clarification to some of the questions that came up.
Thank you, Board President. This is a really good slide. One question I do have, Director Yazzie, is it seems like our ad valorem oil and gas numbers should go up because we used to only get 25% of those, and now we should be getting 100% of those too. So I wouldn't mind us checking with maybe San Juan County to check those numbers. But board members, what Ms. Clichy was talking about is really best seen here in 2021. So remember I said that the federal government provides those impact aid dollars directly to us, and you see that in this second row here. But what the state would do was take 75% of those dollars and literally subtract it from our SEG payments. And so that's why here in 2021, you see that our SEG payment is higher by about $20 million, give or take. And so that's really how that math is coming through. I hope that helps you guys see that number a little more clearly.
Give it over here, take it away over here.
Thank you, Ms. Chappelle. Can we move on?
Please.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. We went over this one, I think, already. And we were at the one right before this one. Okay, so Candace, Director Thompson, I believe, just got done explaining this slide here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, okay, so these are some of the things that I guess you can. This is with some of the projects and that are kind of started, or we've gotten quotes for the next coming years to look at. So these are projected projects. If you go to the next one too, please.
I have a question.
Correct. Go ahead.
On none of these have I seen anything describing the fire safety with the current the fire suppression system with the current warehouse building. I've not seen or heard anything from that since what we talked about it way back.
Board President, Interim Superintendent Carlson. Board President, I gave you that report last week. We will not know anything until after the structural analysis is done. So you will not see anything on that for, I believe the report said 3 months.
Okay, you'll have to refresh my memory. I do not recall having seen that. Did you text it to me or did you email it to me?
Board President, Superintendent, board members, it was part of the work session last week. The letter was part of the board doc.
Okay, I'll have to go back and find that. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. So moving forward, these items are the district future plans and projects, which no work has been issued on any of this, with the exception of the item number 2, the Newcomb Middle and High School project. We actually have a meeting tomorrow to begin the ed spec on this project. And this project is also wrapped into the Newcomb Elementary School for the on this list right now that has any movement on it currently. So we have the KMS West Wing HVAC renovation and controls upgrade, the Newcomb Middle and High School project, the Newcomb track repair, the Sabatai Middle School replacement, which we will submit to PSFA to get funding on that project, the Mesa Gym HVAC upgrade, the Shiprock Pump House, the Shiprock Commons floor replacement, a district admin building, and district asphalt repairs. As I said earlier, there has been no movement on anything except for the middle school, high school project, which we are just now in the beginning of the ed spec stages of this project. Next slide, please. Here is the Newcomb Elementary School. You can see our funding match is $10,590,011.90. Please keep in mind that this building that we're looking at currently is just to adequacy. This is not including our option 1 that was presented, option 2, nor option 3. This is the school to adequacy. Any questions?
Next slide. And so piggybacking off of what the reason why we presented that is we have to present the estimated adequacy totals, which is roughly $14.6 million here. So what was presented in the prior board meeting on 4/14, I believe Director Thompson presented the option 1, option 2, option 3 totals, and we went ahead and put those totals there. So those are additional dollar amounts to fund those projects if the if that's what the district elects there. But also we are going to present the in the next slide, we'll go ahead and present the actual cash that we have on hand and what we planned for in the budget for next coming year. If you go to the next slide, please. So currently, when I pull up the general fund balance, as of 4/19, there's $26.6 million there. We still have expenditures estimated for this school year, roughly $12 million here that we have to take in consideration. That's going to be taken out of off of our general fund balance, along with what's remaining in payroll, $9.2 million. And so if we go back to the second slide, there's that $30 million that we are expecting to receive from revenue from the impact aid funds and SCG allocation into the general funds. We also have to take in consideration too for next coming school year, due to the legislative mandates, there's roughly $9 million of increase in our budget that we have to plan for as well. And an increase in our expenditure spending for next year because there is a 5% average increase. The district has those obligations. I think we presented that in one of the prior slides of roughly $3.3 million And currently there is an estimate dollar amount of purchase orders and encumbrance of $5.5 million. So if I take all of that, I come up with a total of estimated cash balance of $14.9 million. And the Newcomb to estimate to adequacy is right there to $14.6 million. So that would leave us a cash balance of, if in the event we don't get additional funds or the funding that was mentioned earlier for Impact Aid, that would give us an estimated bottom line balance for cash of $371,000. So I went ahead and put in the additional expense options on the side. Option 1 is the first, option 2, option 3. So this just is based off of just actual cash on hand for the planning stages. And this is and I have this slide here too as well for the district plans and quotes, as well as the above adequacy average total. And so there is a deficit of $22.2 million in the event that the district plans these projects, and we are awaiting the funds, you know, and we're just presenting to you kind of what we've already had anticipated to look forward to as far as what we've already had in plans, and what could be the proposed projection for our cash balance in the event we do choose to build the Newcomb School. And I think that's the last slide, and we stand for questions.
I have a question.
Board President, let's make a quick clarification real fast.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Oh, which one? Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Hang on just a minute, Ms. Asmus has a question.
Okay.
So, Mr. Yazzie, yes or no? Do we have enough?
Can you go back to the previous slide, Ms. Sharon? So currently right now, we only have enough for the Newcomb estimate to adequacy as far as cash on hand.
Is Ms. Husky still on? Because I know she was going into an area. She said.
And you know, the other thing to consider and take into consideration too, if we say yay to any one of the options, we're going to have to possibly cut some of the other projects that we have listed that the district has already started to work on as well too.
All right, Ms. Chappelle.
I wanted to kind of just before we get into the Newcomb topics, also just let the board know how important it is for us to continue working with our legislators and PED on the unit value determination. So what Mr. Yazzie just explained is out of House Bill 2, we have quite a bit of expanded revenue requirements, or I should say expenditure requirements coming out of House Bill 2. And so just as importantly, during the interim component of, but prior to the next session, we really need to be working hard with legislators and PED so that they understand we can't absorb those increases in costs. They're going to need to fund them in unit value. That's all I wanted to interject. Sorry.
Ms. George.
Thank you, Board President. I have a couple of comments. So in regards to, we only have funding available for adequacy. And if I remember correctly, the principal for Mr. Gleason had stated that currently his grade levels, the classroom count was over. There was a little bit of overcrowding currently, he stated. And there's with the New Mexico statutes, chapter 22, public schools 22-10A-20, it's mandated that school teachers should not exceed 20 students for kindergarten. And if there's a class load of 15 to 20 students, then that kinder teacher is entitled to an EA. And then for an average class for an elementary school teacher at an individual school, it's not to exceed 22 students. And if it does, then, you know, they're allotted a full-time EA for elementary grade levels from first on up. And so I know I wish I would like to have Mr. Gleason on these discussions. He's the principal. We really need to have him in this discussion online, because as I remember, he said that currently his class load is there's extra kids to each teacher right now. And in regards to the impact aid, and we have to estimate the funds from PED and from the federal level, I understand that. So I don't understand why we can't estimate and go with the extra funding for the additional expense for either option 1, 2, or 3. Because I believe that in the future, we will have increased student enrollment in the Newcomb Elementary. Like I said, we have families who move away for work off the reservation, military families, and some of those kids, if you're a single parent in the military, you're going to have somebody back home to take care of your kids. If you have 1 to 5 kids, that usually falls on the grandparents, auntie, uncle, another family member. And we have to remember that right now we're just coming out of COVID. People just got their jobs back or barely making minimum wage, and they're doubling up with family members because they're homeless. So there's, you know, those kids will come back to the reservation. And then, you know, we just got done talking about the San Juan generating closure. Those parents move away, and we have a lot of young parents, and so they may leave their kids with family members, the grandparents who live in the Sanasti or on the reservation area. So those student counts will go up, and you know, and it's not what I'm talking about is not. You won't find it in the books. You won't find it because you have to go through the barriers of language to the grandparents. They don't read English. They don't know about the surveys. You have to go to the chapter houses and meet with them, talk with them in Navajo to get those surveys completed. They'll tell you that, yes, I care for my 4 grandkids. I care for my 1 grandchild, just so my son or his family can work off the reservation full time because they can't afford childcare in the cities. We have to think about these. We have the military going overseas. Sometimes if you're stationed in Korea, you can't take your family. The mom may be set up to be staying on the military base, and she may be able, or the father may be able to sustain themselves on the military base and raise their family while the other spouse is on deployment. We have a war right now, Ukraine. Units are activated, and that family member may say, you know what, I have more help, I have more support back home on the reservation. So I'm going to move back. I'm going to live temporarily with grandma, my mom, my dad, until you come back from deployment. So those kids come back. And so, going back to this New Mexico statute 22-10A-20, we need to follow that. I understand the funding process, but we have a New Mexico statute that we need to abide by. And Mr. Gleason needs to be on, because I remember him saying that right now, currently, his classrooms were crowded. So, and then in respects to other projects that were already started, this Newcomb building the Newcomb school just didn't happen within the last couple of months. This was in the process. So if we knew that this was in the process coming up, why do we have ongoing projects for, like, I understand Shiprock track, I understand we want to upgrade it, but it's still fairly new track. It's only been there for at least 4 or 5 years, somewhere in that range. That could have waited. There's just different things that could have been held off and projects not started until we got this process going, these big projects going for funding. And then just another one that's kind of offside. I didn't see anything on the presentation about the old Shiprock High School track field. That's a major community usage for Shiprock. We have a lot of community members who use that track field, and it's not taken care of. There's weeds everywhere. It's not nice. That needs to be upgraded and taken care of. And we just built those houses in the back, those apartments. So you got to take the property equity and beautify that old track to match the new housing, because that brings down we're on Navajo Nation, but because there's no tax, but it brings down the property value, so to say. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. George. Ms. Thompson?
Board President, board members, Interim Superintendent Carlson, to address Secretary George's concerns about student numbers in the classroom. I have the survey that Mr. Gleason shared with us on March 7th with PSFA and the team. Sorry about that. Currently in kindergarten, he shows that he has 11 students enrolled. First grade, he has 20 students enrolled. Second grade, 21 students enrolled. Third grade, 25 students enrolled. Fourth grade, 33 students enrolled. Fifth grade, 27 students enrolled currently. And this was shared, like I said, with PSFA and then Interim Superintendent Benedict on March 7th of 2022. So those are the current student enrollment numbers at Newcomb Elementary School.
I'm down each year. Say it again. I'm down each year.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So as we're talking about enrollment or class size, I recently heard a governor candidate vision on class sizes. And he wants 16 to a classroom. What if that person wins? Then what do we do? We do Crammon, 33 students, 25. So this being a election, this can be interesting.
I think most of our schools have had some really bad issues across several counties that I know of. They did that. It wouldn't be able to affect kids in any school.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
With the numbers that Ms. Thompson just read off, I'm not a mathematician, but it's 137 students. And if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Thompson, being built to adequacy would suffice to hold 227. Is that what adequacy is being built to support 227 students for Newcomb L?
Board President, board members, Board Member Montoya, yes, that is correct. The school is currently being designed to adequacy to hold 227 students at this present time. And if you go back and look, Director Yazzie also provided the trend of student enrollment, not only from the ed spec, but also from PED. And as you can see, those numbers continue to decline.
So again, it's being built, ed specs, it's being built for 227 students. He currently has, again, from that survey, 137, which means he has minus 90 students to fill that school, correct?
Correct.
Basic math.
So again, I go back. What about the class? What is that being built to hold, or to how many students in a class?
I believe the classroom sizes are 24 students. Let me see if I can give me 1 second to pull this report up. Board Member Aspis. I had presented it earlier at the special board meeting, so just give me 1 moment. I'll have to pull it up.
While you're doing that, Ms. George has her hand up.
Thank you, Board President. My other concern is Navajo Nation is still on is still on a mandate. I mean, we still have to social distance. We still have to wear our masks, and I mean, we have a lot of other things to consider, like space. I mean, yeah, you have a building built for 227 students, but in the classroom, we have to social distance on Navajo Nation. And I mean, I see it, I see all the other stuff around the adequacy part, but I mean, we still have to comply. I mean, we have to take the kids' safety into consideration. And what about students who have special education needs? I mean, they have to have a classroom where there's room in case there's a behavior issue that comes up. I mean,
Ms. Thompson?
Yes, Board President.
When is the district supposed to take occupancy of this building?
Board President, that is going to depend a lot on when we can get back to the design stage of the project.
Okay, give me.
So currently design has stopped until we get direction from the school board on what option they're wanting to proceed with above adequacy. And once we start back, we will have to redo our schedule to see where we're currently at. Prior to this, we had hoped to be breaking ground on this project in December of this year. The project would, if everything runs smoothly, would take 14 months to build. So that would put us in school year 2024. Students occupying the building in 2024. So if you look at Mr. Gleason's numbers, interim superintendent, correct me if I misspeak about this. I believe that will put us as the third graders coming in as the sixth grade class. Is that correct?
The third graders, let's see, now that's 2 years from now.
Yes.
Yeah, be getting ready for their sixth grade year. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And the current, kindergartners would be getting ready for their third grade year.
My point is, was for Miss George. Surely the Navajo Nation is not going to be shut down for 2 more years. The numbers for the pandemic are going down constantly. I would anticipate that they would need social distancing 2 years from now. I would certainly hope not. Anyway.
Sorry, Board President, I didn't mean to interrupt. I found the information that you were looking for. The pre-K classrooms with restrooms and storages, those classrooms will be 1,100 square feet. Also, kindergarten will be 1,100 square feet. And then the regular classrooms, 1st through 6th grade, will be 825 square feet, including the 2 Navajo Heritage classrooms will also be 825 square feet. Did that answer the question that was answered earlier?
Mr. Yoder, you had your hand up the longest.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson. Yes, I want to also kind of reiterate as well too. Director Thompson mentioned enrollment numbers from a survey provided by Principal Gleason. The numbers that I did present as far as the enrollment goes, that's coming from the 40-day report, and that's the attendance that was reported from the school as well too. So you do see that that information is coming from the school. So even though we did mention it is coming from the New Mexico Department of Education, that is the report that's generated off of the student attendance down at the school as well too. So you have 2 sets of numbers, one from Director Thompson State, and I think she said if the totals was 137, I think it was, but the report that I did show that show a decline in enrollment for that particular school. And I'm presenting again to you information on the cash on hand. So if we were to make a decision and this project was to be carried out all the way from beginning to finish, the district does have money to pay for the project to adequacy. So that is our recommendation from our department, and that was after the You have 3 licensed business officials who have looked at the data, and that was also what they also mentioned too when we're looking at the information presenting to you.
Ms. George.
Thank you, Board President. The enrollment numbers are why can't we get them from Power School? Because that's where we keep our numbers. Unless you're referring to the survey enrollment as the future projected student enrollment. And then also Interim Superintendent Carlson, with all due respect, in a respectful manner as I can make this, as I say this, to our Navajo Heritage Immersion program that Mr. Gleason's trying to implement at this time in this building, you know, the reason why I have a hard time with this, with just the adequacy, is because why do our Navajo students, or why do any of our students, any CCSD student for that matter, because we have to be across the board for everyone's education, all the students' education. Why are we cutting money for our students? They are, we get funding for them. I understand the building, the process, the projects, but all this money that we generate, all the money, the funding that we advocate for and get is for our students. Let's build them just build them a building that's a little bit bigger. They deserve it. It's, you know, I don't understand it. And for me to, how I think in my mind is, okay, our administrating, or the building, we're top heavy, to put it blank. We're top heavy. So if we cut half of the administrators' salaries to compensate for what we're lacking for our students' funding for their money, would that sit good with the administrators, cutting their salary in half, or even a little bit, shaving off some of that salary? I don't think so. But we're allowing it to be okay for our students. Just cut off just a little bit, because we have all these numbers, because we have all this data. I can assure you that if it was flipped the other way around for our administrators, make the salaries that they're making, they would leave. The administrators get paid a lot of money, but we don't cut from that. We don't cut their salary to say, hey, we need extra money for our students, so we're going to take just a little bit off of your salary so we can put it for our students. I always hear people say, oh yeah, I'm here for the students. I'm here for the students. No, we're not. I mean, if we're going to talk reality and be honest, our students deserve the best. We are in the business of educating the little kids from pre-K all the way up to high school. We have students who have so much talent, and we owe our students a lot more than what we're giving them. And like I said, the only way I can put it as an example is if we say, okay, administrators at the administrative level, we're going to cut your salary in half, and then we're going to give what we take, we're going to put it back, funnel it into the schools. And it wouldn't happen, but yet we're quick to say, okay, students, we're going to give you just this much of your money that's coming into the school district. We're just going to give you a little bit of it because we're controlling how we want to do things, how we want things built for you. It doesn't, this kind of mentality has to be done away with. This is why I ran for school board. This is why I'm representing my constituents. This is why I ran and left my position, left the students that I worked with, that I cherished, to be a board member. I left my job for nine and a half years. So I'm putting my words where my foot is. I'm walking the walk. So, you know, Mr. Interim Superintendent, I really hope that you take this with my utmost respect. You know, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm just trying to put things in perspective, and just I'm advocating for the students and the parents. The parents voiced their concerns, they voiced what their needs, what their wants were. So that's what I'm voicing. But thank you. I thank you for allowing me to talk.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd love to just answer that just a little bit, Secretary George. I love the passion, especially because, you know, in our district, language revitalization has been a goal, and I totally agree with you that we want to do our best to make that happen. And really, research shows the best way to make that happen is to begin with a 90-10 model. And that's a research proven thing. I know that Mr. Gleason would want to do 90-10 in a couple grade levels and do 50-50 in the others. But that's not as effective. And part of the reason is you're hitting third and fourth graders with 50% Navajo and 50% English, when many of them are already behind in English. Whereas a 90-10 model gets them fluent in Navajo and then builds up their English slowly. And I'm not an expert on that, so I don't really want to be the one to preach about it, but I think it's a fantastic goal to bring the language back. If you all decide, and you can fund the building, you have 3 options on the table, 4 options. You could vote for just the bare no above adequacy, or the one that has just a couple classrooms extra on the stage and the gym, or the 4 or the 6 classrooms. And that is your option. You can vote for any of those. That's the possibility. At the present time, the numbers just show a declining enrollment. And I would like to bring up the fact that it is possible to vote for the option that has $8 million attached to it as sort of a phase 1, and ask the planners to keep in mind a possible phase 2 that might include 2, 4, or even 6 more language classrooms. And if what you're saying, about families moving back comes to pass, that'd be fantastic. Because as those families move in, we would have a bigger and bigger building, and we'd still be able to teach them, we'd still be able to house those students. So again, I think your passion is awesome. And again, that it is this board of 5 folks. You're going to be the ones making that decision. These folks are just presenting things. Their job is just to show you what's fiscally responsible, or what might work, to show you what projects are in the works. But ultimately, you all do get to make that decision. So.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I remember going back to 2007, 2008, when I started with the district. Byron Manning came to us and was talking about the remodeling of Matani Nez. There was actually 3 floor plans, and I was able to see them. So they started moving people around or looking at moving people around, and they were asking us to help and assist with plans with that renovation. Well, they came to us with the same projections of the ed specs, and come to find out that they looked at the trends in the populations and the loss of student count and throughout the community. So they shelved the
Hi, it's Suzette.
Okay. You're on now.
So what they did is they did away with that reconstruction, and they basically ended up tearing it down because of the lack of student population. And they were able to do the same thing in this situation to project the student count. And if I'm not mistaken, like I said, I know there's empty rooms, empty classrooms in all of these buildings here in Shiprock. And if I'm not mistaken, interim superintendent, was not Judy Nelson built for 700 students
It
approximately?
was built for about 700, yeah.
About
A
how
couple
much?
more, actually. I think it was like 715.
About how much do you have now?
Probably, it's definitely under 500.
Okay. And again, the same projections were made there as they were made here, as are being made down south. So the consideration of adequacy and the count that they have now, you know, I'm just looking at this from the real world perspective of what we have to deal with right now. And I hope that, and then the consideration, not just to what you had just said, interim superintendent, about, and we did talk about this last time, the consideration of building for add-on, that it does turn to that we are wrong, that we do have to add. There would be nothing better that I would like to see to have to do a second phase of an addition. But from what I'm looking at, the numbers that were presented, that there is going to be additional space just as it is, even for adequacy, and even the consideration if we did the second one, which was a 10 million, which would be the additional 4 classrooms or the additional 6 classrooms. The current population of that school as it stands today does not suffice for the student count to fill that building. Now, again, does that say that in 5 years, 10 years, there's going to be a dramatic change economically where there's going to be expansive growth and people coming back into the area to fill that school? I mean, it hasn't happened here. It hasn't happened in Kirtland. That's the reality. But again, it's being built, adequacy is being built with the projection over, I believe it's 55 students as it stands. So again, that's the reality, that's the numbers. And again, from a historical perspective, I've seen that occur here within the community with Shiprock, with them having to demolish one school already.
They moved those students into Mesa.
Yes, and they were dispersed, and there's still empty classrooms in this community with in these schools. So just again, it's just a matter of the reality of this point in time, and that all ties to what we're talking about with the power plant and the other economic development or lack thereof in this area to fill these classrooms in these communities. We're dealing with it right now.
So, you know, we haven't really seen, with the closure of NGS, we haven't really seen, it was my hope that we would have increase in students from that. But then the pandemic occurred, so we really haven't seen. But to go back to the removal of the elementary school, Shiprock already had other schools, but whereas in comparison with Newcomb, there's just one school, and then on top of that, to go back to Judy Nelson, I believe the board was able to keep the gym.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was not part of the, I guess, the cost and the build of the new addition to Judy Nelson. And so
on this other project, I believe everything's coming down. And so I just want to note those differences. And then on top of that, I believe there was certain requests made by you as the principal, weren't there? And were those granted?
Not all of them. So, yeah, look, I'm glad you brought up that process. There were some who thought that the gym and the music room, which they kept as well, were too old and a little bit of disrepair because they've been there for, I want to say 30 years or something like that. I mean, they're still usable, absolutely. But by doing that, we were able to build, basically barely above adequacy, if at all, by just having that extra gym. Otherwise, the community would ask for the same thing. And that's why, I can't tell you what to do with the money, but when the community of Newcomb says we want to have this gym and that's super important, and we don't want a caffeinasium, I think we need to listen to that, especially, and the rest of it, we also need to look at data and what's out there and whatever knowledge we have. But, again, I mean, I think most people understand that request for that gym, extra gym.
And so, you didn't have the request of a bilingual and immersion program, but this community wants that. And so I'm really glad of these discussions because we're having them out and our audience is listening. And these are a lot of the factors that we have to go through. And we're not just sitting here, or we're not bought off by the community, or or just simply settling. We're having discussions, and which is good. And I thought it was important to make sure that Ms. Haskey is a part of this, and here's that what is being presented right now is that we have enough money just for adequacy is how it's being told to us, without the addition or without the extra classrooms for immersion program. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
Board President, board members, Interim Superintendent Carlson, exactly to Board Member Aspas's point, in our meetings, in our design meetings, the community members and staff that join us on those meetings bi-weekly, including Vice President Haskey, their immediate request is option one: the gym, the cafeteria, the teachers as parents, the STEAM makerspace, an extended flex space. Those items were identified by the community as a real want, and I would go so far as to say a need with the gym due to the community use of our facilities, our gyms and stuff. So option one was strongly supported by the staff members and the community members that sit on those design meetings with us. So I just wanted to add that because you are correct, Board Member Aspas. Every one of our elementary schools has a separate gym. We sure would not want to slight Newcomb that opportunity to have a separate gym also. Unfortunately, because we are moving this facility to a new space, the current gym is not structurally sound to even salvage it where it's at its current location. So I just wanted to also provide that information to the school board. And as we have said, you know, it's really the school board's decision in what direction this building goes in. We will design it to where we can do additions to it if need be in the future. We will forecast that out as we design the building. But it is ultimately the board's decision, and based on your decision, other projects in the district will possibly have to be cut or moved further down the line.
I just wanted to say something as you were talking, Candace, about the community's use. Just to be correct in this, the community's use is mainly the MOUs that we have with, I forget their names, but they provide a similar to Boys and Girls Club.
Four Directions.
Four Directions.
Four Directions, yes, board member asked this. They do submit for facility use for basketball and other sporting activities that they use our gyms for. You are correct.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Thompson?
Board member Montoya?
So that option one, again, that additional 8.044 is supported by the community. Is that, did I hear you correctly?
Board member Montoya, yes, you did.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Is Ms. Haskey still on, or she lose? Did we lose her?
Are you still there, Ms. Haskey? That's the phone. I think she must be gone.
Not up there? On the phone?
No, she's not on the phone. Okay.
So can we, as this goes to the consent agenda, what are we consenting to? To go ahead?
One of those options.
Yes.
Either to adequacy or options 1, 2, or 3.
Yes.
Well, for that reason, I really would like Ms. Haskey's input. And I don't want to hold it up and it's getting late. And is there a way we can call her and
Board President?
Yes.
just as a reminder to you as a board, in each of those options, 2 and 3 includes option 1. Just so you're aware, and that is also on your mind when you make the decision. Option 2, whether the 4 classrooms, or option 3, whether the 6 classrooms. Option 1 is carried in each of those 2 options.
Let's make it clear for you.
But we're only,
So you're gonna be paying basically from the 8 million, either
Hello.
an additional
Right,
2.5. or
right.
an additional
I'm
4.
back on again.
but
Okay.
we're only, have money for the first one, right?
So basically right now, adequacy is what, again, according to the finance director, we currently have funding for adequacy, which is neither of those options.
Right.
Yeah. So then we're going to be spending an additional
Mhm.
either 8, 10, or 12, which is again even a consideration of a soft cost, considering how much additional funding you're gonna have to spend for the actual development of the land in and of itself to prepare it for construction.
Okay, let me explain so I know I know what I'm talking about. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
So we're on the discussion of the school, and what was presented. So it comes down to what was scoped out, and the plans, the original plans of the school, and including a gym, and what else did she say?
There's a Steve maker space, a parents as teachers space,
Okay, yeah.
and a stage at the
Parent
cafeteria.
Parent as teachers, a STEM, and cafeteria.
And in the cafeteria, there's a stage that they had wanted for the
The
cafeteria.
cafeteria was staged, and under that design, so what the district has money for is 8 million. And that's not including the extra classrooms. That would be an extra 2 million and 4 million.
At least $2.5 to $4 million, at least.
In which we don't have as a district. So,
Can I correct you?
yes.
Ms. Haskey. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so according to the finance director, we do have funding available without touching any other projects or inhibiting any other projects or stopping any other projects or pushing back any other projects. We have funding currently for adequacy and adequacy alone. Now, if we go with option 1, that's going to be additional $8 million. And that would be the separate gym along with some of the other ancillary rooms that would be attached to it in that build. And then you have option 2, which is the additional 4 rooms, which is the 10.5 plus million. And then if you go 6 rooms additionally, that's going to be the 12 plus $1 million. Does that make it a little bit more clear?
So I understood it wrong.
Yes.
Okay. See, that's why.
Mr. Powell. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Mr. President. Mr. Powell.
I was looking for a hand. Mr. Fell, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President, board members. This is a bit of a complicated issue. You have a number of different options here. that makes it difficult to have it on the consent agenda. My recommendation would be to pull it off the consent agenda so you're very clear what options you're voting on. And then the other clarification I just wanted to make sure I understood in the discussion is what I heard Director Yazzie recommend is from a cash flow perspective that we can cover adequacy. But my understanding further about the presentation was from a projected income, you could also cover the first option of beyond adequacy.
Yes.
Yes, if and when, keyword being when, Ms. Chappelle, we receive that additional funding. But the keyword to that, if and when, is the guarantee of when that funding is actually going to arrive in the district to be able to provide that. That's what we're taking a crap shot on if we go with either one of those three. That's not to say that it's not coming. It's just a matter of when we can all stand there and tell Uncle Sam or Uncle Joe Biden, show me the money. And he pays the money, which we do not have at this point in time. But again, the projection, just as you said, Mr. Powell, is there to do at the minimum over adequacy option one, which is the one that the community was in support of. Predominantly.
Comment, Board President.
Yes, ma'am, you may.
A little bit more thing.
Yeah.
From my understanding, this option one, was not supported by the community. If that's going to be challenged, then I would like to have a survey or something put in writing, because the option was not supported by the district. I mean, by the community. I don't know if that just makes things look better. It makes me quite angry that this is just pulled out of the air. And makes me wonder about the intent to say that option one is supported by the community.
Mr. President, could we get, because Ms. Thompson is the one who stated that was the case, and it wasn't just a matter of subjectivity.
Ms. Thompson, can you address that?
Board President, yes, sir. Vice President Haskey, if you go back to our recorded design meetings, there is quite some talk on the community members, the staff members, and the principal supporting that option. It is recorded and on our design meetings.
I guess we can go back and forth, but I'm seeing people are sending me screenshots of our live chat on YouTube and saying that was something never agreed to and we're being lied to. So, I was trying to be fair about this. I was trying to, because I think this has been the fourth time we've had it on our board meetings, and so but I really want the input of Newcomb's representative there, Ms. Haskey, and to hear the full story, and because this is important. So I'd like to as Ms. Chappelle said, pull it off and pull it off the consent agenda until we can have Ms. Haskey here too.
Okay, we'll pull that off the consent agenda.
Mr. President, certainly if we want to proceed, then again, once we get to that section, wherever it is within the consent agenda, then we can certainly, someone can make that motion to do that. So we're clarifying to say that we're not pulling it off right now.
No, okay. We have two
just so
items
people
on
understand
here.
that. As a point of clarity.
So-
Mr. President.
By pulling it off for public transparency, it's only to say that the discussion's not over.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's just tabling the matter again.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to make sure that was clarified with that language.
Thank you.
So we know we will be to ensure that everybody is here to have a fair voice in that response.
Okay. Item H, budget adjustment and journal entry. Mr. Yazi.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson. So we do have one budget adjustment request that we sent out as an increase for Fund 25-184, the Indian Education Grant, increase of $546,443. It is to match the contract number that is listed here in this justification area. Any questions?
I was.
You got
I
it?
backed out of.
Can you get back?
I think so. Yeah. It's still connected.
That's weird.
Does it time out? Came back on.
Is he making a presentation?
He's done with his presentation.
I was studying this and missed it.
Yeah, so we're on the last one.
Aye. Mr. President.
Discussion on change the name of Kirtland board member boardroom in honor of Randy Manning, a former board member.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
In respect to the wording of the discussion to change the name of the Kirtland boardroom in honor of Randy Manning, former board member, again, in this discussion, could the consideration just to change the name of the entire facility to rather than just the boardroom itself? Because again, I believe after we were informed, we had some discussion about it, that that was brought up to honor him with the naming of, I believe,
the facility, not just
the
boardroom.
facility. Yeah, the entire facility in regards to and in respects to Mr. Manning. So again, because this is an open discussion, I'm of the opinion that that should be the consideration.
Yes, instead of Kirtland Business Office.
It'd be the Randy Manning.
Yes.
business office.
I prefer that to just the boardroom.
Absolutely.
I just said that without thinking,
No.
but yes, I
I thought I had him here somewhere. Or did we already do that last?
that's I.
Should be I.
No, I got that one.
That's the consent agenda. It's right there at the very bottom.
And that's the last item on there.
I want to ask the other board members if they have any comments regarding that.
Are there any comments from the board on changing the name of Kirtland Business Office to Randy Manning Business Office? Miss Askey? Did we lose her again?
She might have.
I don't have any comments other than I did not know Mr. Manning, but only know him through what the NSBA and from his access, what I've been told. So I don't have any comments.
Okay, Miss George?
No comment. Or yeah, I have no additional.
Okay. We're reviewing the consent items and pulled from that the issue for the Newcomb Elementary School discussion be pulled. And what was the other one? Request for authorization to dispose of property at the warehouse.
There'd be two of them.
Okay.
Yep, if I may, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
When you go through item 5, review consent items and items pulled from the consent agenda for discussion and or approval. A, possible items removed from the consent agenda. It would probably be applicable to go down through item 6 line by line, and then we can highlight and state the 2 items that we have considered for pulling, and someone can make a motion and a second, and then a vote on that to pull those 2 specific items. And again, I'm only saying this for the respects of transparency to you and the audience, or those who want to come back and listen to the recording that they have heard and said, and know that those 2 items were pulled properly from for item 5 in regards to the consent agenda. If you would like, Mr. President, I can go ahead and read those items for you from consent agenda. Would you like me to do that?
Hang on just a minute. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so again, item 5, review consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. Item 6, consent agenda. A, approval of consent agenda. B, approved minutes for the March 7th, 2022 special boarding, March 10th, 2022 work session, regular school board meeting, and March 31st, 2022 school board meeting. C, unique trip request, Newcomb High School Educators Writing Conference, Washington, D.C. D, unique trip request, Kirtland Central High School FCCLA Leadership Conference in San Diego, California. E, unique trip request, Bond Wilson Technical Center SkillsUSA National Skills Leadership and Skills Conference. F, request for approval of gift donations from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority and Shiprock Chapter House for Shiprock High School. G, request for approval of gift donations from Greater Houston Community Foundation for Kirtland Central High School band. H, request for authorization to dispose of property transportation. I, request for authorization to dispose of property Kirtland Warehouse. J, CCSD part-time employee resolution SY 2022-2023. Item K, approve Newcomb Elementary School and related budget. L, procurement over 60,000. M, budget adjustments journal entries 1 and 2. N, revisions of work session regular school board meeting schedule SY 2021 and 2022. O, approval of name change for Kirtland boardroom in honor of Randy Mannion. Again, that has been because of that language, we're gonna either have to pull it and change that too, right? Okay. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to pull items H, K, and O. And O specific for changing the language from boardroom to office complex. But we can do that after we do this. So at this time, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to remove items H, K, and O off the consent agenda.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes, ma'am.
I thought that is the Kirtland Warehouse. Are you pulling the transportation as well?
Did I read it wrong? Reauthorization. Oh, I did, didn't I? Yes. Well, okay, I'm sorry. That was I. You're right. I stand corrected.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, my motion then, that would be to pull items I, K, and O. Thank you, Ms. Ray. I appreciate that.
We have a motion to pull items I, K, and O from the consent agenda.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to pull it. Ms. George, Secretary George,
Yes.
Vice President Haskey,
Yes.
Ms. Aspas,
Yes.
Mr. Montoya.
Yes.
Myself, yes, unanimous. We have a motion to approve the remainder.
Well, let's take care of, well,
The
I guess, huh?
The rest.
Yeah, do all, and then we can do a second on the O for changes the language, so we can get that
We can
correct.
do that
for the
right
record.
now.
If you wish, whatever you
Let's
choose
do
to
it. We need a motion. I would like a motion to change the name of our business office.
Yes, Mr. President. May I make the motion?
You may.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to change the language on item O that we just pulled, approval of name change of the Kirtland boardroom to the Kirtland business office in honor of Randy Manning, the former board member.
Have a second?
I second.
Saspas.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to change the name on here from boardroom to Randy Manning Business Office in Kirtland.
Yes.
Mr. Montoya.
Yes.
Ms. Aspas.
Yes.
Ms. George.
Yes.
Ms. Askey.
Yeah.
And myself.
Board President?
Your hand raised.
Ms. Wright.
Yes.
Board President, board members, typically when the board honors someone in this way, we usually do a board resolution honoring them as well that we present to the family. I just wanted clarification if you would like us to do that here. We did discuss it at a board meeting, I want to say a few months ago, close in time to Mr. Manning's passing.
I didn't understand that.
It's something to give to the family.
A resolution, a written resolution, and the board supporting the change.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, if Ms. Chappelle, if you would do that, that'd be great.
Be honored to. Thank you.
She got it. Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd also like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda with the amendments that were approved.
A second? I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions noted. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions noted. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Asmus?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
And myself. We will now convene in executive session. Session to discuss limited personnel matters regarding current principal expectations and evaluations, confidential student-related matter of alleged bullying and interim superintendent expectations and goals, and superintendent search and contract as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10, 15, 1H2 and 4 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to convene an executive session.
Do I have a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second to convene an executive session. Vice President Haskell?
Yes.
Secretary George?
Yes.
Ms. Asmus?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
It's time.
9:22. Thank you.
Randy.
The change in the language and the
Okay.
assignment.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I have a question too.